Good morning to all. Shall we start, if you like? Okay, I think we are ready. We can start. Well, first of all, I would like to give a warm welcome to the European Committee of the Regions, to all those attending here to this event, both physically and online, and especially to the members of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community. The efforts of these projects towards the protection of the Mediterranean region biodiversity and towards the climate agenda goals are a key contribution to the objectives of the European Green Deal, which is, as you know, the EU roadmap to carbon neutrality. It is a pleasure to me to address you today with my three hats, so to speak, as Director General of EU Affairs of the region of Murcia, as a member of the Committee of the Regions, and also as a Climate Pact Ambassador. As you might know, the Committee of the Region represents local and regional authorities throughout the European Union, advises on new laws that has an impact on a territorial level, and works to involve regional and local authorities in the European decision-making process, thus favouring better participation of the citizens in the political life of the European Union. Within its mission, the Committee of the Regions is committed to contribute the achievement of the objectives of the European Green Deal, always with the conviction that local and regional perspectives should always be reflected on it. The Commission for the Environment, Climate Change and Energy, ENVE, is responsible for coordinating the Committee of the Regions' works in fields related to the European Green Deal, which includes the environmental biodiversity, circular economy and zero pollution, climate change, and energy and space policies. The ENVE Commission is also responsible for the Green Deal Going Local Working Group and other networks such as Covenant of Mayors National Ambassadors, the COR Climate Pact Ambassadors, which I'm part of it, and the Zero Pollution Stakeholder Platform. At global level, the Commission plays a leading role in the Committee of the Regions' involvement at UN conferences for climate change and biodiversity. In fact, this year, the ENVE Commission is working on the next United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity that will take place next December. In this context, the COR co-drafting of the Edinburgh Declaration on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is among its latest achievements, which highlight the importance of multi-level governance at global level. The Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, the new Circular Economy Action Plan, and the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability were adopted in 2020. And the European Commission is now working on implementing these strategies with both legislative and non-legislative actions. Therefore, the Committee of the Regions is working on opinions on the key proposals of local and regional interest for the regions. But also, the COR assessed possible participation of dissemination of information of non-legislative actions of interest for local and regional authorities, when possible creating synergies with the existing initiatives. That's why it is a pleasure for the Committee of the Regions to hold events like this, organised by the Interreg Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community. Having into account the objective of today's event, it seems to me very convenient to address the Committee of the Region opinion towards a macro-regional strategy in the Mediterranean, approved in the last plenary session. The consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as climate change in the Mediterranean basin, serve as a reminder of the urgency of having a coordinated response from the local and regional authorities at Mediterranean level. The opinion will call for the development of a macro-regional strategy in order to enhance the coordination of different strategies, initiatives, and funding programs implemented by all levels of government in the Mediterranean, such as the Euro-Mediterranean Regional and Local Assembly and the Union for the Mediterranean. In this context, I really believe that the tools and the working philosophy of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community could contribute to the above-mentioned Mediterranean strategy in order to achieve the Green Deal goals. On behalf of the region of Murcia, as a co-member, together with the President of the region of Murcia, Mr. López Miras, I will be happy to support this outstanding Green Deal best practice within the committee initiatives and dissemination tools. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very fructiful couple of days. Thank you.
So thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank you, Dania, and all the partnership of the Biodiversity Protection Thematic Community for the organization of this final conference. Let's say that as Interreg Med program, when the program is started, so 7 years ago, we have decided to create these 8 thematic communities. And biodiversity protection is one of them. And the idea behind was to have the possibility to analyze the results of the projects, create this networking among different stakeholders in the Mediterranean on the same topic, and to facilitate the communication towards external programs and initiatives, instead of to communicate as an individual and single project. And we can see that as a biodiversity protection thematic community, we have seen these results and how this process has been achieved. You have achieved several outcomes in these last years. We can mention the last agreement also with the Sanctuary Pelagos. We can mention the support capacity building activities towards the MPAs of Montenegro, but also the work that you are doing in transborder governance in the Adriatic-Ionian Sea, and also the knowledge platform biodiversity and so on. And as a program, we would like to build on those results, and the new program, so the Euromed program, we would like to go a little bit further. The main objective of the new program is to contribute to the climate neutral and more resilient society. So all the specific objectives will support this main objective. And we will have 4 main missions, and one of them will be a main mission on biodiversity conservation, reduction of pollution, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. So it's one of the main missions, and the program has allocated a high budget. So we hope to have also a project of quality on this mission. And under this mission, we will have the classic projects, so study, transfer, and testing project, that will interface with a thematic community, but at the same time with an institutional dialogue. So under the same topic, we will have 2 main projects. A thematic project that will continue to work on knowledge and provision of knowledge, but at the same time a project more targeted policy projects. And we hope that with this new approach we can further reinforce the challenges and the gaps already existing on biodiversity conservation in the Mediterranean. And we hope that, for example, improvements of legislation or integration of biodiversity conservation and climate change in the European and Mediterranean policies and instruments. In parallel, together with this new approach, we are cooperating, strongly cooperating with other programs, any CBC program, cross-border programs, but also initiatives as for Mediterranean, WestMed. We have signed agreements with them, and we have a common action plan for the next years, because we would like to give sustainability to the projects so they can have access to different funds, but also share results among the programs, and try to, for Euromed program, to involve more and more partners from East and South countries as associated partners in the Euromed projects. So we hope that this new approach, together with this close cooperation and coordination with the program, can really reinforce and face the gaps, the needs that are already existing on biodiversity conservation. And just let's say thank you again for your work in the last years, and I wish you a successful event these 2 days. Thank you.
From my side as well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the region of Murcia for hosting this final encounter of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community in the Committee of the Regions this week. Thank you also to all the distinguished speakers we have today and tomorrow, to all the participants that have made it to Brussels and to the online ones as well, to join us in this event, and to all our partners that have been working tirelessly during the last few months to make this relevant event possible. I'm very happy to celebrate with all of you this final event of the MBPC, co-financed, as you know, by the Interreg Mediterranean Programme. This community of projects encapsulates the collective expertise and joint efforts of more than 350 institutions from the Mediterranean and from Europe, including practitioners, protected area managers, researchers, multi-level territorial actors, decision makers, civil society organizations, and the private sector. This community has been working on an array of mechanisms to operationalize the area-based paradigm in different contexts and geographical scales as ways to achieve effective conservation of biodiversity and to ensure the socio-ecological resilience in the region. To prepare for the speech today, I went back to the introductory speech I made 3 years ago when we were finalizing the mother project of MBPC, the project Panacea, to look back a bit on the major take-home messages we had back then. And back then, on October 16, 2019, the message we had to the community, or from the community, was that there is an overwhelming evidence from authoritative science that our ecosystems are reaching tipping points. Tipping points being situations in which an ecosystem experiences a shift to a new state with significant changes to biodiversity, but also, and more importantly, to the services to people it provides. That same day, we received the very bad news that 3 tons of dead fish were washed up on the shores of the largest European saltwater lagoon, the Mar Menor, having been asphyxiated due to water poisoning and lack of oxygen, a blend of agricultural overexploitation and high chemical use in the area, exacerbated by the increasing temperatures of the waters as a result of climate change impacts. That warning of reaching a tipping point that we made was materialized that same day, where we witnessed an ecosystem collapse and a regional socio-ecological disaster. A few months later, on a global scale, there have been the outbreak of the coronavirus that led the World Health Organization to declare a public health emergency of international concern, leading to a lockdown across almost all the countries of the world. This COVID pandemic proved again to be intricately linked to biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. This tipping point then had unmeasurable impacts on humanity at all, with serious disruptions to the functioning of people's livelihoods, health, and economies. Now, 3 years later, the message from science is even clearer and more urgent to guide our collaborative actions. The commitments, goals, and pledges put by countries for 2030 and beyond to ensure ecosystem conservation and to slow warming to 1.5 degrees cannot be met by the current trajectories. These goals may only be achieved through transformative changes across economic, social, political, and technological factors. Though the situation is not bright for the Mediterranean biodiversity and biodiversity at all, I think global-wide, a message of hope today is that this MBPC community has been working over the last years to ensure that evidence and reliable tools are available to do the right job. And to do so, the MBPC did set and did outline the principles ruling this operationalization of area-based paradigm for biodiversity conservation through its declaration on ecosystem-based approaches for biodiversity management that has been signed in Malaga in October 2019 and is currently supported by 250 signatories as a common commitment to induce environmental stewardship in the Mediterranean. These principles, implemented by the MBPC under 3 focused working groups targeting biodiversity protection and transboundary governance, sustainable use of natural resources, and integrated ecosystem monitoring and management, have guided the development of a huge deal of knowledge that has generated transferable practices, toolkits, and methods. A broad portfolio of monitoring, management, and governance instruments to support stakeholders and sectoral representatives at different geographical scales to implement area-based approaches to nature conservation in the Mediterranean. The elements of this portfolio have been co-designed and developed in broad partnerships with permanent global and regional platforms and institutions, providing tangible tools and solutions to ongoing processes in order to help deliver a greener and bluer economy while preserving ecosystems' function and socio-ecological resilience. As Project Legacy, the recently published MBPC policy paper towards a nature-positive Mediterranean that was sent to participants as a background material for this event, identify key transformative actions that bring about change in the conservation, restoration, and wide use of biodiversity, and mainly specifically focusing on coastal and marine biodiversity, ensuring, if implemented, the positive coexistence between economic sectors and sensitive species and habitats found in the region. And it argues as well that for the feasible implementation of these actions through available solutions and tools that would place the region in the path of ecological resilience and nature recovery if applied. During this encounter, we will delve into more details in some of these topics, highlighting the novel perspectives and bringing this huge deal of expertise and lessons learned to the decision-making arena. We will transfer these findings and solutions to other geographical areas and communities, such as what you mentioned, Francesca, the NECBC-funded program, and a community with whom we have been collaborating for some time. For the first time, we know and we can say that there is a practical toolkit with a wide variety of tailor-made solutions that is made available to be applied and transferred in the field. On behalf of the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community, we would like this event to be a living laboratory of exchanging best practices, learning from successful initiatives, testing the effectiveness of participatory approaches in management and in decision-making, transferring relevant solutions to other communities, but more importantly, we would like this event to be the beginning of a new era that focuses on working closely with decision makers to strengthen area-based nature conservation actions and to induce a political willingness as an enabler to effectively implement these urgently needed transformation changes. We welcome you all to this unique journey. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you again to the region of Murcia for hosting this wonderful event that's about to happen. So this session is all about nature-based solutions, and nature-based solutions are considered among the most cost-effective ways to provide around 1/3 of the climate mitigation we need between now and 2030. And during this session, our panel of experts are going to showcase some of the nature-based solutions that have been ongoing across the region and provide insight into the key actions that are going to be required to upscale these and to adopt them at a regional level. But you're not here to listen to me talk, so without further ado, allow me to hand you over to our first guest, our first speaker, Wolfgang Kramer, who is the Director of Research at Le Centre National de Recherche Scientifique. I hope I said that with a nice Irish-French accent. And the co-coordinator of the Scientific Expert Network, the Mediterranean Experts on Climate and Environment Change.
Thank you, Hanuska, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. If I'm talking about nature-based solutions this morning, then more to give you a reason to work on nature-based solutions. I'm not presenting the solutions. I'm actually here, I hope, to learn a little bit from this project about them. I just want to set the stage, or I was asked to set the stage on the biodiversity and climate crisis in the Mediterranean region. I hope you have the slides all on your screen there. And there are a couple of things that we need to remind ourselves of. First of all, global warming. You all know about it, and particularly in these days before the COP27, there's no news I can tell you about it, particularly no good news. But let's just remind all ourselves that the 1.2 degrees that we are heading for, or that we have already at the global scale at the moment, they translate into something substantially more in the regions. For all of Europe, it is about 2.2 at the moment. And for the Mediterranean, we are well above 1.5. And where are we heading? We are, of course, still heading for the higher emission scenarios, maybe not the red one that we are having here. If we bring a little bit of optimism to the negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh, but still at the moment, I think for the Mediterranean, we are not safe against this upper end scenario here to maybe 5 or 6 degrees warming by the end of the century. These are numbers, but you really need to let them sink in a little bit. They are related to the global goals, but they are much more dramatic than the global goals, and they are affecting our region in a very substantial way. And the MEDEC expert network that Anuska referred to has published a report and is working on additional reports on what this actually means. Besides, so what does it mean on the ground? Well, already the warming that we've had so far has caused severe impacts on ecosystems. And this is a map, a recently published map on mass dieback events in marine ecosystems caused by warming. And you see that they are not ubiquitous. They are more in the north and in the east and in the south, but that's only the observations. There are probably more dieback events that we never actually see because we do not have the monitoring capacity and projects installed to look for them in the south. But it's true also that, for example, we are still in a Mediterranean heat wave right now, these days, and it is this heat wave is predominantly affecting the French coast and some of the Western Mediterranean coasts. We are still having more than 4 to 5 degrees higher sea surface temperatures in the Mediterranean than we should normally have at the beginning of November. So this is ongoing. This is not perspectives for the future. This is just the situation where we are. And of course, those heat waves, they cause not only ecosystem impacts, but they cause also losses of human life. This is the first estimate that was published for the territory of France, all of France, including the north. We are still waiting for reliable numbers from other Mediterranean countries, but Again, these are numbers, and you look at them and you say, wow, 11,000, that's a lot of people. But really to bring it home, you have to think about it. It could be your elderly family member somewhere who has died prematurely because of this heat wave. And it becomes very personal if you look at it from that perspective. So what did the IPCC say of anything new in the report that was published this year? Now, one map that Mediterranean people should, this is actually, we are not seeing it on that screen. Do you see my slides? Yes, okay. Okay. One map that I invite you to look at and use for your communications is this one. It's from the Working Group 1 report. And it's only about observations. It is about the notion, do we actually see additional drought anywhere in the world in the observations? And how certain are we of that additional drought? And these hexagons, they are a way to regionalize the planet's land surface. And every hexagon that is yellow is having an increase in an observed increase in drought. And if there are 2 dots in it, then there's particularly high certainty in the observations of that additional drought. And so it's only the Mediterranean and the Western North America that are in that category. And so we are not talking just about future scenarios or perspectives or something like that. We're talking about them as well. But we do face a concrete risk from climate warming to Mediterranean ecosystems and human lives. And of course, this is an older map that some of you may know. The drought comes together with unsustainable land use and causes, particularly in these brownish areas on this map, a significant risk of desertification. I'm only telling you that in the nature-based solutions framework, just to make sure that we are not just talking about some slight improvements of management of the situation. We actually need to have a dramatic, and more transformation was already pronounced by Dana this morning. We need to go to a much more dramatic way in how we manage our ecosystems if we want to make a contribution to the solution of the problem rather than enhancing it. And of course, the fire risk is also something that nobody in this room needs to have any lectures about. Many of us have experienced them. You can get all the numbers. I didn't even want to bring them up, but it's clear even near my house, which is not really close to the Mediterranean, it's about 50 kilometers away from it. This summer we had a fire that went on for a complete week that we were just watching. And why was it burning such a long time? Because it was very dry, but also because all the firefighting airplanes were used in the much bigger fires elsewhere. So we clearly are at a capacity limit there for the protection against these climate-driven events. Now, one word that we do not, I think a topic that we do not talk enough about, we talk about it, but not enough for the Mediterranean basin, is changing sea level. We are in full acceleration of the sea level signal at the global scale. And this little dotted line, if you were at the bottom diagram, that is what the IPCC says is a low likelihood but high impact scenario. In other words, this is what happens if we see the disintegration of the West Antarctic ice shield, where we have first indications of it. This is very far away from the Mediterranean, but it is one of the key drivers. In my mind, it is probably going to be the key driver of Mediterranean ecosystem change in coming 50 years or so, because it brings with it the risk of at least 1.5 or perhaps 2 meters sea level rise by the end of this century. And what is even worse, and what we do not talk enough about, is that there is a lock-in of that sea level rise. That lock-in that means that you can invent how many nature-based or other solutions that you want to the problem. The grandchildren of our grandchildren, who are also people, who also have a right for a decent life on this planet, they will not have the Mediterranean coastline as we know it today if we do not actually do something much more substantial on the emission side. So the sea level, it's not moving. Is there something? can I have the next slide, if someone can forward it? Here, yes, and of course sea level rise is not just a Euro-Mediterranean issue. It's an issue that concerns the south in certain ways more than even the north, and it doesn't just, in quotation mark, concern the ecosystems, but it contains a lot of people, and particularly the poorest people among the Egyptian and other farmers. So this comes together, of course, as you know, with other forces that are degrading the environment. Pollution from multiple sources is still an issue. It's something that we do not regularly talk about when we are in climate change meetings, but we should, of course. This is from nutrients, and there's, of course, the plastic solution, where the country that we should say that here, the country that has been identified as having the highest plastic impact in the Mediterranean per capita is the one that is hosting the COP beginning in a few days. So that doesn't excuse anything that happens in other countries around the Mediterranean, but we do often talk about the South as part of as the victims of climate and environmental change, and they certainly are, but to a certain degree they also contributors. So, in terms of what adaptation options, that's of course the first thing we look for. There are adaptation options in the IPCC. To give you a slightly more positive message, the latest IPCC report has unprecedented detail on those adaptation options from a number of different sectors, and we should really study them carefully. Nature-based solutions are part of this, but by far not the only one. We do have substantial options to both make more resilient and make less a contributor to climate change the two sectors of agriculture and fisheries. The big and very short keyword is agroecological practices and improved fisheries management. There are many probably in this room who know more about these things than I do, but it's really an encouraging message that can be found there. We also can manage our ecosystems better for fire risk. That is completely clear, which has to occur at the landscape scale. We have to, of course, use what we have and what we can develop in terms of water-saving strategies, and we can do a lot more in coastal management, particularly in the area of abandonment or of letting nature develop its own coastal systems under the changing conditions of sea level. Of course, the coasts have always adapted to that. It's the human infrastructure that is at risk, and we need to, and we have projects like that on the French coast, for example, in the Camargue area. There's a large-scale abandonment of dikes to enhance basically biodiversity by letting nature develop it on its own. But there are limits to this adaptation, to these adaptation techniques or methods, and there are hard limits which cannot be overcome by just enhanced efforts for adaptation. One is that there will be water limitations, particularly in the south. With all the enhancement of efficiency, we were not going to overcome them. There will be physiological heat stress limits on many organisms, both in the sea and on the land. And there's the issue of accelerating sea level rise that I've already mentioned. So this brings us back, even though this is a nature-based solutions meeting, to please not sell the issue of adaptation and nature-based solutions and other aspects as if we could walk away from the need for emission reductions. It's really more important than ever that the entire community is making this clear, because some of us are frankly at risk to be used as an excuse. You know, governments tell us, oh, we are already investing so much in nature-based solutions, so you don't ask us to clean up our traffic sector, for example, something like that. This is a false debate that we must really escape from. And these days, I cannot even follow day by day, because there are new reports from different UN agencies, like here from UNEP, about the gap between what is needed in terms of emission reductions and what we are actually seeing. That gap is huge, and you find all the relevant numbers in the media, in the better media these days. We are not on track to anything like slowing down significantly global warming. And perhaps a hint towards better integration of nature-based solutions is this one. It's also from the UNEP report, which basically says that if we want to achieve the full transformation of the food system to be climate compliant and to be resilient in the light of climate change, we have to, of course, improve agroecological techniques on the farm level, and we have to decarbonize the supply chain and all these things. We also have to protect the ecosystem so that nature can help us to stabilize farming systems and fishery systems. But without demand-side changes, without actually changing the way how we consume and how we waste or avoid waste in our food system, we're not going to get there. Actually, the role, the potential part of demand-side reductions or demand-side changes in the food system is much more important than the relative improvements that we can make through other means. Finally, economic development in the Mediterranean, still to a large degree, it is based on these things. It is based on absolutely hilarious views on sustainable tourism that could potentially somehow green itself up, for example, by having not so much waste being produced in the restaurants on these ships. And I think we need to become really honest to ourselves. Again, there can be a lot work on nature-based solutions for agriculture and for coastal management or marine management. But if we don't stop these kinds of bizarre emission enhancers, even with liquid natural gas, what have you, then it's not going to be worth even trying. And this last slide reminds me. I was just a week ago. I was in Cap d'Agde in France at a regional conference by the local mayors of the French coastline. And basically, I was talking about transport and tourism, and the mayor of Cap d'Agde was saying, yes, but you know, at our airport here, they have a local airport with direct flights to the UK and other places. Tourists are going to come with green hydrogen-powered airplanes. And by the way, just like in this building, there was no way to lock a bicycle outside the conference center. So, I mean, which world are we actually living in? Are we tinkering with some nice ideas to improve some little part of the system? We don't see the elephant in the room. I'm frankly a little bit stressed about all this, or not to say frustrated. But let's talk about nature-based solutions, please. Let's develop them as much as we can, but let's not forget the big elephants in the room. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, that was a nice, pleasant start to the morning. But thank you for that. And it is, it's nothing that we don't know, but it's something that has to be repeated and repeated and repeated, because clearly somewhere the message is not getting through to the world, and we need to be acting faster and more. And of course, we all acknowledge the emission reductions, but one great thing about nature-based solutions is that it can deal with both the biodiversity crisis and contribute to the climate crisis. So thank you for that. So joining Wolfgang on our panel today, we have a number of experts, I call them experts, in nature-based solutions who've been successfully implementing nature-based solutions around the region. So they're going to tell us a little bit about them. So first we have Sylvain Petit, the Executive Secretary for the Small Island Organization and working on natural resource management in the Mediterranean Small Islands. Then we have Giancarlo Guzmarol, I hope I have said that correct, a wetland restoration and governance advisor to the Italian Centre for River Restoration Med-Sea Foundation, and was part of the WetNet Tune-Up MBPC modular project. Then we have Carol Martinez, who is from the Network of Marine Protected Area Managers in the Mediterranean, or MEDPAN. And last, but certainly not least, we have Stéphanie Audin, who is the project manager for coastal adaptation to climate change and maritime cooperation in the Region Sud. So thank you all for being here. So, if I might start with Sylvain, please. Smilo has been working on natural resource management in the Mediterranean, but particularly your work has been very successful in community-led nature-based solutions in islands. Can you tell us about some of the solutions that you've been working on, and how are they actually helping counteract the negative impacts of climate change?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Anushka. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot for Dania and her team. Let's put it like that. We know each other, so thanks for having me. I'm very happy to share a few words here from islands. So Smilo is investing major efforts working with the local communities. Most of our time is spent in trying to accompany integrated governance on these islands, working, bringing together the public authorities, private sectors, and when I say private sector, we work with fisheries, we work with agriculture, and we work with tourism, and also bring to the table the inhabitants or the civil society. So this is the cornerstone of our action. We do this in the Mediterranean and beyond, globally, but our DNA is very Mediterranean at Smilo. These nature-based solutions for us, they're a goal, but they're also a trigger. So that's a way for us to support these local dynamics. We try to identify, enhance, and then support. I will take just two examples, and one is in the field of waste management or green waste management. So we, in Croatia or in the south of France, we've helped implement projects where we're dealing with just collect, clean the green waste, try to avoid burning, try to avoid transport to the mainland, and doing so we're trying to also have an impact on CO2 emissions when burning. But as it was pointed out by Wolfgang, we see our islands and our coasts burning every year more, so it's also a risk reduction. And these practices also help us not just to avoid an issue, but also to support some better use of waste as a resource. And that means for us composting, for example, when talking about green waste. On the other hand, we also work on some restoration work on dry stone walls in Croatia or in Greece. And this is first, it's a cultural heritage effort, trying to support actually the safeguarding of the know-how, the knowledge. We often think that the cultural heritage is the wall, but it's the know-how of the building of the wall. And actually those walls are not just nice and then shape our landscapes, they're also a refuge for biodiversity. They're a way to maintain soil. They allow us to cultivate. So some of the actions we've been doing were, yes, trainings, to train workers. In the Mediterranean, they're often also migrants, and they come with their know-how of building techniques, but they are not the ones that we find. So these dry stone walls, which allow, as I was saying, water, let's say water to go through, little lizards to live in, etc. And these also, so these are just a few examples I wanted to share with you guys. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Sylvain. And it certainly sounds like the communities have been busy there. So how have you managed to actually get the communities and push them into action and to become involved in these solutions?
He's having my back. See, that's teamwork. So yes, actually, for those islands, so I wanted to say it afterwards, trust, I think, is the key. So we're not pushing them, we're more trying to have them on board. We try and identify these positive dynamics, some initiatives or some actors, and we like to say that we're here to oil the wheels. So that's the first, our way to position ourselves, and that we try to find some triggers again. So in the example of an island in Croatia, Zlarin, the idea of working on the restoration of a water ponds came from the locals. They decided at one point to clean that one area. And when we identify that positive initiative, we try to push them a little bit, but so not pushing them at the same time. But we say, okay, that's interesting. That's a path to that side of the island. And they say, yeah, there is a nice beach. We could also go there. And, so there's major interest from them and from the visitors to enjoy sea and sun. And we say, okay, let's surf that wave. So this little pond helped us work on some like restoration of dry stone walls again, help us do an inventory of fauna and flora, work with different experts from other islands, also helped us develop some educational program for kids and schools. But the idea, in the end, what was the motivation was to allow people to go and visit another beach. But then they had to go through this biodiversity path, let's say. So that's some of the things we do. Well, actually, we're talking here about theory of change. We try to find the sensitiveness on the islands, who are the leaders of opinion on the islands. That's some of the things we do. Let's say in Greece also about these dry stone walls, this was a major concern for them, is like to preserve our know-how, to preserve our traditions. So that meant actually relearn how to build a stone wall. So they had to bring people from neighboring islands. We have to train people in different languages, so also to use, for us islanders are the best ambassadors to other islanders, so that's how I don't come and talk to them. I rather put someone from, from the ground, from an area where they talk the same language. We touched on this, I think, yesterday with Yorgos, talking about language and how that is important. That's also something that's very, very important. This like very, how did we say this one? Child English we use here, that's not going to make the change on the ground. I mean, we need to talk to people their language, and so that's also something we try and consider when discussing with local communities and how to invite them and help them do what they know.
Well, that's great, and congratulations. It sounds like there's great work going on there in those islands. Giancarlo, your work that you do on wetland, this also involves multi-stakeholders to protect wetlands. But nature-based solutions also are thought to provide many social, economic benefits and resilience. So how does protecting wetlands and these contracts help increase social resilience?
Yes, thank you for the question, and from my side too, thank you for the invitation, being here. First of all, let me clarify what the wetland contract is, because maybe some people here or at home, they don't know what is it. Actually, as all contracts, the wetland contract is a good deal among different stakeholders. So it's a way of formalizing the commitment of a community for taking care of their own wetland in this case. We have been testing this tool since about 10 years across the Mediterranean, thanks to the former MED program. So I would say that now we have enough knowledge about the approach, the methodology for delivering successful governance at wetland scale, and why we should take this effort. Let me say something maybe not so conventional. I think that governance is a nature-based solution, because we are working with the human capital that is part of the natural capital. And so making governance efficient, making governance to happen in a robust way, in a trustable way, is part of the overall approach to nature we are talking about. So let's consider governance as a nature-based solution, because we want to work with people, we want to work with organizations in such a way like nature typically shows us to be very effective, with the connections, the processes, that everything working for a common purpose. So in a nutshell, this could be another definition of the wetland contract. And it deserves the effort because it's a sort of lubricant of the engine of wetland. Without governance, whichever action is maybe nice, is useful, but it cannot achieve the general objective, the strategy you are putting in place. Like without an appropriate governance approach, maybe you forget what our colleague was saying before, that nature-based solutions are just part of the response, that they are not the whole story. And then because behind complexity, the complexity of aquatic ecosystems, the complexity of global challenges we are facing, there are stakeholders, people. So behind the complexity we have, again, the human capital, and we cannot manage the complexity without working with people. And the challenge for doing this in an effective way is to make it a good deal for everybody. So governance is not just a matter of listening to people or making a sort of, consultation. It's a matter of make everyone part of the solution. So the governance is a nature-based solution in which everyone is part of the solution itself. And that's the main challenge, I think, we have to consider when we apply any governance model, any governance methodology, the wetland contract one or whichever one else.
Thank you for that. And governance, of course, is a really complex challenge for us all to try and get to that place. But even at a site level, it's very complex and difficult. But we're here, over the next 2 days to really talk about how we can scale these up, how we can scale them up across the region and transfer. So how feasible would something like the wetland contract be for a multi-site or even scaling up across the region?
One peculiarity of the wetland contract is that the final agreement is not just an action plan, it's mainly a strategy. So when you have a strategy, a place-based strategy, it means that whatever you do inside the agreement or even outside that agreement somehow contribute to a common goal. So this is very important because a strategy has to take into account not only the local interest, but also let's say the global interest that could be at regional, national, international, Mediterranean scale. So this is the first asset of the contract, being a strategy before then an action plan. But then I think that we have another challenge, that is to be aware that at Mediterranean scale we are a community, all with the same challenges, different at the local level, but all coping with the same level of complexity. And I think that in order to scale up this approach, we need to somehow make this community to exist, to be aware that we are all on the same boat. And so I think that one of the next challenges for the Euromed program could be to feed, to support the networking, the exchange of good practices amongst different wetlands, different governance approach in the Mediterranean, because governance is a tailor-made tool. So there's no copy and paste solution that can be implemented because they have, managed the wetland in Greece in such a way. We cannot do the same in Albufera or in Doñana or in the Po Delta. It cannot be done like that because of the inner complexity of governance. But sharing experiences, we can be inspired. We can have, an hint, a suggestion, something that make us understanding which could be the appropriate solution for our place, for our governance. So making this community to be there is one challenge, and the other one, if I have 10 more seconds, is to prove, to test that the governance of implementation, that is what happened after the commitment, after the signature, is effective. Because now we have very interesting governance models. We have the methodologies, we have a lot of best practices, we know how to achieve an agreement, but what happened beyond the agreement? Are we sure that after having engaged our stakeholders and making a common vision and making a lot of reports and documents and signatures and final events, things happen like scheduled, like we desire? Maybe not. So investing in governance all lifelong, governance is a process, it's not a project, okay, is another key challenge, in my view, in order to scale up this approach even beyond the end of the signature of the agreement.
Thank you for that. Yes, so good governance is really helps us on our way for good protection of these ecosystems. And speaking of protection of ecosystems, Carol, you work with marine protected areas, and we're all aware that protected areas are considered the cornerstone of biodiversity conservation, and of course it's been around for many, many years. But are we doing enough right now to increase the social and ecological resilience to climate change with our protected areas? Or should we just continue what we've always been doing? Or do we need a paradigm shift in the way we view and design and even manage our protected areas?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question and for having me here. It's a great pleasure. No, definitely, when it comes to nature-based solution, it's part of the DNA of marine protected areas. As you know, the marine protected areas have been increasingly acknowledged worldwide as the most effective tool to conserve, to preserve marine biodiversity and marine and coastal ecosystem. But I agree with Professor Kramer. We have to be very realistic and careful. MPAs itself are not a magic one. They require to be effectively, properly managed in order to support good conservation of marine and coastal ecosystem, and thus to help those ecosystems to keep on providing valuable ecosystem services to the communities. And this includes, for instance, contribution to solution in terms of mitigation of climate change and adaptation of climate change. But addressing actually climate change impact in the ocean implies that MPA's management has to be done through an ecosystem-based approach. We have to understand how it works, and it's very dynamic. And furthermore, it implies to be adaptive, because we are in a changing world. So it's not I echo the comment, it's not a copy-paste exercise. It's an adaptive process. We can witness effort at the site level in terms of how marine protected areas can further support climate change adaptation and even mitigation. But nevertheless, there is still important efforts to be done. Just to give you a few figures and to put things into the wider context, in 2019, Medbank conducted a survey in the region in order to better understand how well managed are the marine protected areas in the regions. And despite a slight improvement in terms of coverage, now we are about 8.4% of the Mediterranean Sea covered by protected area. Still, very few of them are benefiting from regular surveillance. So it's a challenge to understand what is actually really happening within the boundary of marine protected areas and beyond. And still, as well, very few have a scientifically based indicator to assess how these MPAs are working or not. So you see, there is a real focus to be done on the effective management, and I call it like the governance. It's not because you have design an area as marine protected area that's it, it's done. No, it's a continuous effort and adaptive efforts. From a policy point of view, we all know climate change is now quite acknowledged. It's a critical challenge in our region. We have many declarations, many frameworks. The 2025 Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development includes climate change as a priority issue for the Mediterranean region. But despite this political acknowledgement, again, there are tremendous efforts to be done on the ground. And this not only in terms of magnitude, but in terms of approach. I will maybe sum up my comment here in 4 keywords. We have to multiply, we have to scale up, we have to take into account connectivities between ecosystems, and we have to use more scenarios. So in terms of change, in terms of moving from, I would say, a business-as-usual approach to a more, I would say, climate-adapted proof approach, we need really first to multiply the efforts, and thanks to the European support and particularly the Interreg projects, we have now quite a lot of interesting, not only knowledge, but tools to be applied and to be multiplied. We have witnessed some marine protected areas are real laboratory to develop vulnerability assessment, not only from an ecological point of view, but as well from a socio-economic point of view. But we need to move from a pilot approach to real scale-up approach. We need to apply this to all the marine protected areas in our region. We have to work at scale, and in addition, we need to move from the site approach to the network approach. We need to envision the efforts in terms of marine conservation as a network-based system and approach, and this at each maritime basins and at the regional sea level. To design effective and resilient MPAs and to have coherent and resilient network of marine protected areas, we have to include the connectivities of species and ecosystem. If we don't do so, we will definitely miss the train to support resilience of marine and coastal ecosystem in our region. And this is not only important from a biodiversity point of view, it's important from a food security point of view. It's important for keeping on maintaining these very important climate change services that the marine and coastal ecosystem are providing in mitigation and adaptation. So if we don't shift towards a more network approach and a more connected approach, it will be very difficult to still, I would say, plea and convey the message that marine protected area will be still the most effective tool. So there are important tools, but they are not the only one. We need definitely to invest more in marine protected areas and network of marine protected areas, but at the same time, there are dramatic efforts to be done in terms of emission reduction, because this will have a huge impact, and we see it already with the heat waves on our ecosystem. There is already mass mortality events. So if we don't take this into account, it will be very difficult to keep on sustaining nature-based solutions.
Okay, thank you, Carol. And you mentioned in terms of connectivity and expanding the network, and part of effective management is we need more scenarios and, in order to be responsive and adaptive. So, I mean, none of us here are, I don't know, I do stand to be corrected. There's no fortune tellers here or future predictors, but in order to do that and become more functional and responsive to climate change and changing conditions, are there any predictive tools that are out there that can be used to help us design and manage the protected areas for the short and medium to long term?
We have definitely tools, and conserving habitats that support the different life history stage of species, preserving corridors, it's already done. But again, it's not only about planning. It's about modeling the changes in order to be able to see what could be the different scenarios, like what is happening actually in the works done by the International Panel on Climate Change. They are already using scenarios. So we are not talking here about science fiction. It's already existing. To support, for instance, marine spatial planning or marine conservation, and even the designation of what could be the most suitable places to create MPAs. We have already a software and tools, but this has to be first more widely shared. Secondly, we need to broader build capacity of our MPA managers, but as well our decision makers, and this implies municipalities, local governments. This implies stakeholders, such as fishermen. We need to work more on these tools, providing models, scenarios, so that we can better inform the decision in terms of conservation, in terms of sustainable management of natural resources. We need actually to better understand, because of the climate change that is already happening, there is already important change in the chemistry, in the physics of the sea, and this will impact the currents, for instance. I don't know if we can just show, in order to better understand what we are talking about. There is a video that has been elaborated by Mercator Ocean, and you can see actually the different currents we are talking about in the Mediterranean Sea. This has been done throughout 1 year. What we need to understand is what this will become, what will be the evolution of those currents because of the climate change. You know that the change in temperature has a huge impact in currents in the sea. This is already impacting, for instance, the migration of species. We have friends from TIR protecting marine turtles. They know that the nesting sites of marine turtles are slowly but surely changing toward the west of the Mediterranean. And this is partly due to the climate change because of the temperature of the water and the beaches as well. So if we don't take this into account, if we cannot try to understand what will be the change in time and in the space of the connectivity, it will be very difficult for us to argue that we made the right choice and we have an adaptive approach. We need to figure out, for instance, when it comes to larvae of fish, where will be the new spawning grounds and how we can better manage them. So again, we have tools. We need to share them. We need to equip all the decision makers and the managers in order to give them at least the right information to decide where the efforts in terms of conservation and nature-based solution have to be done. And because the Mediterranean Sea is changing, where will have to be put the future and coming efforts.
Thank you, Carol. Very interesting, and yes, forward. It's clear we have to, be thinking of the future all the time now in order for us to move forward. But it's interesting. Both, we all acknowledge that protecting ecosystems is not the only way. But are there any limitations about protecting ecosystems? Particularly coastal, I imagine there are some limitations with coastal ecosystems. Wolfgang, are there any limitations with the protection of coastal ecosystems as a nature-based solution?
Well, that's not an easy question to answer, of course, because it depends. It's very site-specific. But what I would say is that currently the limitations we encounter are those by conflicting and competing uses of the coast and of the ecosystems. And it's clear that, for example, with more coastal infrastructure, hard coastal infrastructure in terms of ports and I don't know, new tourism installations or what have you, it will be harder to. That will in itself present a constraint to future conservation of the coast. I think we need to see the coast more as something that to a degree will have to be given back even to nature in a managed way, of course. I'm not just saying we should abandon the entire coast, but at the moment we see more development towards additionally constraining the coast. Then we see plans for nature-based solutions, and I agree with Carol that of course the modeling will help us to identify priority areas. But frankly, at the moment we have many areas where we know that they will be necessary for future conservation or important for future conservation, even without very detailed local studies. You know, I think the default should actually be more conservation, even though that may not sound nice for tourism developers or other developers. But they should prove. In a way, the burden should be on them to prove that under future conditions, the area which they want to develop for some purpose, for example, for airport extensions, you know, very popular topic at the moment. Every little town and city around the Mediterranean needs its own airport extension these days. If you argue for an airport extension, you will have to show that that area is not going to be needed for conservation in the future. It's not the other way around. So those are the constraints that I would like to look at first.
Thank you. Interesting perspectives as well to put on it. And you mentioned giving back to nature, and that's quite interesting because, Stephanie, you've been working with Posidonia and Posidonia Banquet, so that's giving back to nature and letting nature be more natural. And, of course, similar to all the stories we're hearing from our panels today, it involves commitment of multi-stakeholders and actors. And again, similar to Sylvain, how do you manage to engage actors to practically, so not just to commit and sign a commitment, but to actually practically engage in this and particularly change their perceptions and ideas about how they should manage these banquets? And I imagine it wasn't an easy process and you were probably met with resistance, and maybe you could tell us about that, how you managed to do that.
Thank you for inviting me in the name of Région Sud. I'm happy to be here. First of all, just to be sure that everybody knows the project, very shortly to explain the aim of PostBMed2 project. So actually that was the preservation of Posidonia banquets on beaches, which means two objectives. The first one was to support beach managers to develop new ways and new techniques of managing their beach. And the second part is to facilitate the social acceptability of banquet. And this aspect is especially something that was dear to the Région Sud, and we worked especially on that aspect. The starting point is the following, that if the role and uniqueness, let's say, of Posidonia meadows as the ecosystem and endemic species and so on is well known, the role of Posidonia banquet is absolutely not well known, and its presence on beaches is not accepted. Basically, people say it stinks and it's ugly, and I don't want Posidonia leaves on the beach. So, so the question you asked is how to convince manager to change their practices. Well, actually, we don't convince. You don't convince someone to change. You can argue, you can demonstrate, but you're not going to convince him. Actually, you need to act on the environment, on the environment. So it works again. So it's about acting on the environment and not convincing people. So you create a context that is favorable to change. When you want to change a behavior, actually you have two options. The first will be like the strong method, the legal approach. So you create rules, prohibition, control measures, and all this has been done on Posidonia meadow and Posidonia banquet as well, because it's prohibited to destroy Posidonia banquet. So it's useful, it's necessary, but it's not enough. The second thing is that when you have a behavior that is, let's say, fashion, which is developed, if you want to change it, you have to make it old-fashioned. So to change actually the model, let's say the issue here was to make this white sand beach model with palm trees, which is a Caribbean model, to say we have to change this postcard, actually. So how did we do that? So we worked on three drivers. So the first, of course, we changed perception. Everything begins with a change of perception. So it's about awareness-raising programs and things like that. The second thing is about commitment, so the theory of commitment. And so we decided to create a specific tool a charter of commitment. So it's the charter of commitment for Posidonia beaches in the Med. So this is the term in English, and in French it's a little bit different. It has an importance. It's la charte d'engagement pour des plages de caractère en Méditerranée. And there's a play on words with the character things, but I'm going to say it afterwards. So this, let's say, engagement, commitment process, we created a mobilization platform, which is a numeric tool. So first, okay, you sign the charter, but then you concretely commit to do a specific action afterwards. It's not only about signing. It's, okay, I sign, okay, I'm part of it. Yes, okay, what are you going to do? So this is important. And then the third thing, and this is the reason why we are all here, and this is the reason why Région Sud is partner of this European project, is that we say we are not the only one to do this. We are part of a community. It was important in Région Sud to convince, let's say, stakeholders to say, well, we are 6 countries around the Mediterranean believing that preserving Posidonia banquet is important. So there's like saying nobody is a prophet on its own country. And this was not a detail. This was the starting point for Région Sud to enter this project. It was very important, and it's very powerful. So this is why I really believe in European projects and programs, because this is a way to say we are all together, we're part of a community. So it's about also identity. When I talk about Charter of Commitment, plage de caractère en Méditerranée, so the idea was to say, okay, preserving Posidonia banquet is a way to prevent erosion, okay, but it's also a way to defend our Mediterranean identity. So it's another level of approach. It's, you explain it's important, it's a nature-based solution to prevent erosion, but it's also part of our identity, our Mediterranean identity. So we don't sell white sand beaches anymore. We send Mediterranean beaches. That's the bet, let's say. So for the other question was the resistance that we faced. So of course we had many. The first were the decision makers, because they say, okay, I'm ready to change, but it's people who don't want to change. It's tourists and economic actors. They are not ready. Then you go to see economic actors and say, well, okay, I can do it, but tourists are not ready, so I will lose money. Then you go to see environmental protection NGOs, and I was surprised because many said, well, okay, don't bother with public people, with general public. You really need to target decision makers. They are the ones who have the power, and they are the ones who needs to show the way. And the scientists, they said, the only good way to preserve, actually, the Posidonia banquet is not to move it at all, and we were working on different techniques, so which means moving in, and they're right, actually. All of them are right. And when you go to see beach users, actually, and tourists, and once they have the first step, which is the public awareness, 75 or 80% are ready to change something. That doesn't mean they will change everything and they will act, but they are ready to change. So you always have those 20% that will never change their mind, which is not really a problem. The problem is if you hear those 20%, which are the acting minority. So who is the louder? Who are you listening to? Are you listening to the 20% who are never going to change their mind, or are you listening to the 80% who are ready to change? How do you manage to make them commit and change, which was the next point. So the next point, to make them commit and change, we decided to work on the least common denominator of all of those stakeholders. Let's say, what is the smallest step that each of them are ready to do to begin to be part of it? So that was not consensus. That was difficult because even in the partnership of the project, we did not agree on everything. But so that was the point, saying, okay, we worked on each stakeholder, each targeted public, saying, let's see what he's willing to do. And let's afford this opportunity on our mobilization platform to commit on the first step. For instance, you're a tourist. My commitment is to not to argue anymore, not complain, And this is just to put, my towel on the beach, take a picture, and then testify on the mobilization platform that, well, it's comfortable and I like it. Some people say, well, that's bullshit. I mean, that's nothing. We need manager, to do things. Yeah, okay, but once managers see on the mobilization platform that you created a dynamic, and that finally, well, okay, people are ready to change, it seems it's fun. So we want to create something like Do the Buzz, something a little bit different, to show a path, step by step, it's possible to change. And one of the key words is to build this community of actors, but everybody is talking about this. I think this is the key point. A goodwill, community of actors of goodwill ready to change and showcase it, of course.
Thank you, Stephanie. And it's clear that none of these solutions have been easily attained. The success has not been easily attained. However, they are success stories. So what's the problem? Why are we still having these issues? I mean, there is a need for transformative change. So what does that entail? And how can we scale up these success stories that we're sharing here today? So like your Posidonia, how can we scale it up and make a policy uptake in the region?
I would say that my experience in supporting local authorities in implementing biodiversity protection programs taught me that transformative changes need, of course, dialogue and long-term process. So, especially to scale up. So you need long-term. It's a process. You can develop tools, you can develop recommendation guidelines, numeric platform to showcase things, work on pilot sites and everything. But if you really want to make the change, you need afterwards to have a process to work on supporting the changes. So that means there's not a recipe to duplicate. There are only approaches and method, I believe. So we really need to create and develop, for me, sustainable dialogue structures, and structures that are providing also engineering and support locally. So the point is to think together, because you don't think the same way when you think together. So this is, of course, governance. And you need animation. You need something to stir up. I always take this example of mayonnaise. I mean, if you want to do a mayonnaise, okay, you have good oil, you have good eggs, you have whatever. But if you have nobody to stir up, you never have mayonnaise. So, and you have to stir up very strongly if you want a good one, So this is the point.
Not too much.
Not too much, anyway. But if you really want it to work, I mean, you need this. And very often, I mean, too often, we really forget this. So we are providing financing for investment, but not enough for functioning. It's a functioning credits. It's not investments. It's different. It's a long term. And the other point is, if you want to have this long-term view, the best thing is also public servant. I mean, they are here for common goods, for general interest. So you need a public service and a strong public service to guarantee that you are going to work on the long run. And this is not the trend. So this is also a difficulty we are facing, to have permanent structure, financing, good financing, not investment, but functioning, and also human resources to take all what has been done and to develop it and spread it and create this animation and all what we were talking about on local territories. And I think regions are a good scale for this, because usually we are asked to do this, to be like an orchestra leader. So I think regions in Europe are a good scale. And I also think that something like MBPC structure, governance structure that was created now, and we're all part of it, I think it's very important to preserve it. Because this is this type of governance structure that is also very useful at the Mediterranean level.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, so many stories, so many interesting experiences. And if I may, I'm sure you all have maybe some questions out there somebody wants to ask, but if you allow me just one more brief question, I would appreciate. Sylvain, one of the things is when you are working in your activities and in islands, how do you are one person or one project, one organisation, how do you transfer that to other islands? How do you have the knock-on effect that it's uptaken in other islands? Have you done any transferability or any work around that?
Thank you for asking. But first, let me go back to this, the long-term, involvement of communities, etc. We've been touching on, and Giancarlo was saying something about this, how we can go beyond the project time limits. First, we at Smilo, we've developed a label for small sustainable islands, which is methods and tools. I'm not going to dive into that. I'm very happy to tell you more about this tool at coffee break, but the idea was to have something which is a long-term motivation. Through this labeling process, we also try and secure a pot for donors so that we can finance actions. So just to put this out there. So this is the first concern. So we want to not just to upscale things at the local level and make them last. Those dynamics, we want them to last. Then we try and organize in our community some technical workshops, field visits, and these we do first at an archipelago level with neighboring islands, with the continent close to the island if it's the case. We also work with the big cities. Sometimes I have some example, like in France, Frioul Island, and the city of Marseille just next to it. So try and have the trainees become the trainers. That's one thing we invest a lot of efforts in. And then there is communication. We try and have some events, even at the global level, with key partners of ours, like the French Coastal Agency, the Global Island Partnership. We organize Celebrate Island events every year. We organize an annual conference. We try and make those technical workshops. At the Mediterranean level, there will be 2. So it's a little advertising now, but in the Frioul Island, next week, we have a workshop on plastic-free islands, circular economy on islands, where we bring people from other Mediterranean islands, French ones, and other from the south as well, from the island of Kerkena. So a colleague from Sfax there. We have another workshop on water sanitation and use of wastewater on small islands. So again, trying to connect some like coastal actors with these island actors. And one last thing maybe was we tried to work. We did an exercise, a study on organization and networks working with islands globally. We call that the mapping. Try to identify who is doing what and where. So we find that some areas are weak in terms of actors. Some teams are not well addressed, and definitely biodiversity is one of the themes that doesn't pop up strong. We talk a lot about plastic, for example, and things which are totally relevant. But one of the things we try to do is bring the topic of biodiversity up there, especially when talking with climate change, saying that those two things that are very much connected. And one of the other things we try and do, and also brings back to what was saying Giancarlo at the beginning, one of the ideas to transfer what we're doing is really to reconnect. And this is learning from some of the islanders, definitely, when discussing with people in the Pacific, when you tell them, what about protecting the ecosystem? How do you guys do that? There is no difference for them between, they are the ecosystem, definitely. We are the ecosystem. Us, the nature, that's one thing. So this is also something we should, bear in mind. So we try to repeat and communicate on some of these messages. And definitely for doing that, we need more money. Thanks, Stefani, to putting that out there.
Thank you. And Giancarlo, a kind of similar question to you. Have you experienced, or in your experience, have you transferred these wetland contracts to other wetlands across the region? And also, how feasible would these type of contracts be for other ecosystems, for example?
Yes. First of all, let me say that we are implementing the wetland contract, adopting the Ramsar definition of wetland, that, as you know, embrace a wide array of aquatic ecosystems, lakes, rivers, ponds, marshes, coastal waters, shallow waters. So we are already implementing the contract in different aquatic ecosystems, but also we have some experiences in Italy, for instance, of forest contract that is implemented to other ecosystem than aquatic one. The challenge is still open. Let your imagination to work, maybe soil contract, air contract. The key issues is, anyway, the ecosystem-based approach. At the core of this agreement, we don't have any local development issue. We have an ecosystem, not because local development is out of the governance process. It is at the very core because we are working with stakeholders, but we are considering the ecosystem as the basis for any decision, because we are all aware, at least in this room, but I hope even be outside of this room, that healthy ecosystems are the very basis for any local development that is sustainable and long-lasting. So it's very important that when you adopt this approach, the approach of the environmental contract that was born in France, being called the contrat de milieu, that is an environmental contract basically. So you consider the natural capital as a basis. How healthy is your natural capital now? Which are the ecosystem services that come from this ecosystem? So which are the challenges that you have to consider in order to make it healthier and to have more and more benefits from your ecosystem or group of ecosystems? We are not new in making governance processes and agreement between public bodies and private organizations, but when we use such an approach for economical purposes, we know that often we miss along the way the environment. It is considered just as something not to be impacted. That's fine, but that's not the whole story, Not impacting the environment is not taking care of the environment. It's the opposite side of the story. So that's fine, but this tool is specifically addressed for ecosystem-based approach that, in my view, and I believe in our view, is the very open issue, the very open challenge we have in the nowadays and in the coming future.
Thank you, Giancarlo. And yes, you mentioned that, often the environment and biodiversity is just almost forgotten about, just so long as we are not doing any harm. But increasingly we're seeing that climate change and biodiversity is inextricably linked. And there's an increasing call for integrated policies between the two. So particularly as the cornerstones of biodiversity protection, marine and coastal protected areas, how could we integrate them more into policies and other sectorial plans and vice versa?
Well, again, I would like to come back on this idea of agreement or contract, because we can see as well the marine and coastal protected areas as a social contract. They can be created by the government, for instance, with a decree, but nevertheless, at the end, in terms of supporting the implementation of their conservation goal, they need the support from all stakeholders, from the local governments, from the fishermen, from the tourism sectors, from the citizen. So in this regard, they are not only a tool, they are a cradle of governance, and a governance at multiple scales. And this echoes this idea of integrating marine protected areas as part of the wider planning. They cannot be seen in isolation. What is happening within the MPAs has an impact outside the MPAs, and what is happening outside the MPA has an impact within the boundary of the MPA. So in this regard, making sure through the legal frameworks that the different planning tools are talking to each other. The process of developing the different plans includes the necessary involvement of marine protected areas or network of marine protected areas is highly important. For an example, when we talk about marine spatial planning, we are not only talking about making sure that there is less and less conflict about uses between the shipping activities, the fisheries activities, the oil and gas exploitation, and the conservation activities. We need to make sure that there is, through this different planning and at the different scales, from the local to the regional, the national, and I would say the international level as well, in terms of planning, is very important. There is this room for dialogue. The key word here, I think, in terms of governance is the ownership. We need to share the information, we need to debate so that the different objectives, the different goals, are at the end co-owned. If we don't have this involvement, if we don't have commitment from the different actors, the different stakeholders, it will be highly difficult for all the different plans and for the MPA to be able to achieve their tools. So in this regard, and coming back to your question of transferring, we have to see actually that each of us are part of a community of practice. And thanks to the possibility to share knowledge, to share information, to share know-how, tools, we can co-design actually what will make our future. So investing in this community of practice is key. I will say something about Yorgos. Yorgos attended our event last June. It was our final event of the MPA network project, an Interreg, very interesting Interreg project. And Yorgos was tasked to illustrate the debates and to make a great picture of what are the key messages. And one of the messages was MPAs are island of resilience. And we were discussing about how he pictured that, and he made a beautiful drawing with one female character embracing a marine area. And I discussed with Yorgos, I said, it's great you express the love, the commitment to protect one part of the Mediterranean Sea. But you need to add more people by this, next to this woman, because the MPA itself can make its utmost, but it requires the support from other stakeholders, from other decision makers. So it's a pity I could have shown it because it's a beautiful drawing, but at the end you have this drawing showing somebody embracing one piece of meat. Oh, you can show it? Great. Yes, yes. With several people. So again, co-ownership is fundamental because we are part of one community of practice for the Med Sea.
Yes, Jean.
Sorry, I take the floor just because you mentioned a very powerful keyword that is ownership. You told us what does it means, but it's at the same time a risky keyword in my view because when you own something, it means that you have and then you can use and even exploit something. So together with ownership, I would like to have also stewardship. Yes. That is something you belong to, and if you don't take care of, you will lose together with the good. So maybe the two words can be married.
If you own the commitment, then you can be a good steward.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, interesting point and take, and a good message to give. Did we have the picture up? I think it was up briefly, but it's down. Okay, never mind. Stephanie, just going back, and if you could very briefly, so we can then open the floor to the audience, would be great. We talked about, integrating policies and including other sectors. And with Posidonia, of course, all over, all the beaches along the Mediterranean. And so tourism, you mentioned that tourists are really difficult to engage with and change perceptions. But of course, first and foremost, it's always up to the tourism industry to make those changes and to help with that. So can you tell us, how have you managed to turn or get the tourism sector involved in your work with Posidonia and actually get their commitment and action?
So actually, we are at the beginning of the process, of spreading the charter and so on. So it's not done. It's also things that we are planning to do. Well, there are several things. The first of all are tools that we developed, tools and pedagogical material. For instance, we have table set. Well, I brought some examples here. Table set for a restaurant on the beaches so that they can play with Posidonia instead of, just coloring Mickey Mouse or whatever. And we also created a Posidonia quiz dedicated to the tourism sector, playing and camping. But it's a quiz with remote control, so it's really like an animation quiz in camping. It's very successful because actually tourism actors like camping, they are looking for animation. So we provide animation on Posidonia banquets especially. We also developed a specific device concept, and those we need to spread them and also enrich them, like Apéro Posido. Apéro is a very French thing. So it's Apéro Posido on the beach with actors, with restaurants, and talking together about the issue. And also the Posidonia siesta, like with DJs on the beach, trying to play music, lying on comfortable Posidonia banquets. So we would like to really develop this. One of the ideas we have is to work more with the regional committee of tourism in Région Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. So we want to propose those devices to tourism boards. So this has to be done. And also another issue is to integrate banquets management procedures into the specification of the term of references for beach concessions. So that is something that we are doing with municipalities, and it's already done. We began this. So municipalities, for instance, who signed the charter, they engage to change the procedure and to write in their term of references when they launch a public procurement that the concession, the guy who will use the beach for a restaurant or whatever, he will have to manage the banquet a different way. And finally, well, this is an issue about how to value and highlight the commitment of economic actors. We don't have the answers yet because there are already many labels about tourism. So we were thinking, okay, we can add a Posidonia-friendly, actor, but it's something adding to other labels. So afterwards, maybe it's too much. So we don't know yet. The thing is, there's a nice work that we've been doing with Blue Flag, especially our Greek partners. They worked a lot with the International Blue Flag. And so one of the points we are going to reach the fact that a new criteria is going to be added in Blue Flag concerning the preservation of Posidonia banquets on the beach. But it's for beaches. So,
Okay, well, thank you very much, panel. I'm going to open it up to the floor now. But I do understand one of the actors who signed your commitment is here today in the audience. So we have Fede Cardona Pons from the Iberostar Group, who has signed one of these Posidonia charters. Fede, I was wondering, can you tell us very briefly, please? It's all very easy to sign a piece of paper or to sign a commitment, but what have you done in terms of actions, or what do you plan to do regarding the Posidonia and the commitment charter that you signed?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Stephanie and the Postmed Project for inviting us here, and the MVP community also for hosting this event and inviting us. Well, I'm going to briefly introduce Iberostar. Iberostar is a family business managing from Mallorca, managing more than 100 hotels, mainly in the Mediterranean and the Caribbean. In the Mediterranean, we have hotels in Crete, Montenegro, Tunisia, Morocco, and Spain. And the company has more than 34,000 employees, and we receive more than 5.5 million people every year. So in terms of sustainability and related with Posidonia, we signed the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action, and our commitment is to be carbon neutral by 2030, to improve all the ecosystems around our properties by 2032, to be zero waste in line with the circular economy by 2025, and that all the fish that is consumed in Iberostar properties comes from sustainable fisheries by 2025 too. In terms of Posidonia, since 2019, we signed an agreement with the University of the Balearic Islands, where we created the Cátedra del Mar, and we are rewarding students that, by means of their master degree or grade final thesis, are creating knowledge on behalf of the coastal conservation. Then in the Cátedra del Mar also, we have a monitoring program with 50 different stations in the Balearic Islands where we are monitoring the biodiversity and also the Posidonia. And then we funded, or we are doing with the Mediterranean Institute for Advanced Studies, a project where we are analyzing the genetic biodiversity of the Posidonia in the Western Mediterranean, of Posidonia meadows in the Western Mediterranean. And next steps are to build capacity among our staff to let them know how important is the Posidonia and the Posidonia banquets, and then to transfer that knowledge to the clients. I mean, we have an army of potential clients and contributors to sustainability, and also to involve the marketing department to, as Stephanie said, to change that postcard of the Mediterranean beach, but to make it sexy, to make this new postcard sexy. We have experts on doing that. And more or less that's it, what we are doing with Posidonia. I think that initiatives as PostBemed or the governance, inclusive governance, that invites the private sector, in this case of the tourism, talking about the tourism sector, to these initiatives, it's important because until now, tourism or the hoteliers has been seen like the enemy of the environment, and it's true that it's a major driver of the stress in the coastlines, but it must be seen also as part of the solution from now on. So.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great that you're here and part of this event as well. So I'd like to just open the floor now. Does anybody have any questions for our panel? Any comments? Yes, Mariud.
Yeah, thank you, Anushka, and thank you to all the speakers for this very inspiring presentation. I guess after Wolfgang's first speeches, it brings some hope, at least a bit, that we can do something. So my question will be pretty simple and complicated and complex in the same way. A bit tricky, sorry for that, but all those your solutions you were presented are really nature-based solutions. Because nature-based solution, basically, regarding IUCN criteria, it's a huge list for recognition that is really, you flag it as nature-based solution. And I'm asking this question because currently in France, the biggest project on nature-based solution and adaptation, marine protected area and protected area are not recognized as nature-based solution. And currently, we are struggling for channeling money. I'm talking about also money because I'm concerned about accelerating the process of upscaling. Means we can't bring 50 people each time we would like to do something on the ground. It's impossible. It's inspiring, but it's impossible. And accelerating is about policy and also money. So my question is pretty simple. There's money at the World Bank. There's money at the European Investment Bank. But you have to prove that you are a real nature-based solution. Are you currently flagged as a nature-based solution? And my second question is how we can channel faster all this pot of money available, apparently. I'm saying apparently because in my company and my previous job, we were struggling about finding the money to bring in to do things on nature-based solution. And another point, Wolfgang said that at one point on coastal, you have to abandon, to renounce. the cost is huge. It's about moving population. It's about stopping activity. Who is going to pay for that? It's nature-based solutions. Means nature, we say nature, let it go. Perfect, but it takes 15, 20 years, 25 years. And from this time, who is paying for that? So I really open the floor, and it's also a call for European policy, if we can change at one point the way of channeling the fund, the subventions, and also the money to accelerate the implementation of nature-based solutions. Thank you. And
thank you.
Yeah, no, when you ask where's the money, I think that's a key question. But it's also I'm also responding as my personal little conclusion from this morning, because I think there is hope and there is money. It's just that we have to go for the place where the money is being spent at the moment, and it's being spent in subsidizing the fossil fuel economy. And to a very large degree. I mean, France and other countries were pouring billions and billions and billions into aviation, for example, which is not going to be a sustainable way of getting people around in the coming decades. Let's just be honest about that. So I think this matches very well with the brilliant examples that we've heard about local empowerment and local governments and all these things. I think we can do a lot with local stakeholders if we take away from them the pressure to basically live in a fossil fuel economy. If I'm the mayor of a coastal tourism resort in France, and all I know is that my airport is going to be expanded with taxpayers' money, and that I have to somehow channel my tourists through that, then I'm not going to have any resources left, even intellectual resources probably, for nature-based solutions. But that also means that there's a way to deal with it, and that needs to come at the international and the government national level, and it is possible. It just requires a serious consideration of the things that we're going to hear a lot about during the next 2 weeks during the COP27. So it's good news and bad news at the same time. We have tons of money being spent in the wrong way at the moment, and if that was spent for sustainability, we could do wonderful things, and we've heard those examples. And I also wanted to just emphasize something that Stephanie said that I like very much. It is actually through the public service that this is going to work. If you leave the management of our nature and environment to a neoliberal economy where basically commercial competitors or commercial actors are competing against each other, I do not see a large perspective of it, and I think you probably are better than me, Stephanie, to mention the examples. If you have a functioning public service that actually allows people to get to the coast and to have a coast that is alive and interesting, then that will require public service, for example, in transport, but also in other facilities. Then I think you're going to have a living tourism sector there as well, and that will help to implement the nature-based solutions that we are asking for. That's all very partial bits, but I think it comes together. We need to get out of the fossil fuel economy, and then we will have resources to do much better things.
Okay, thank you for that response. Just a warning, a big alarm is going to go off any second now. We do not need to evacuate, so you can stay in your... It's not the coffee bell. But I think we are... Unless, Carol, is there a very quick response before we say the final words?
A short one. This is the answer.
It's okay. It's just a drill. It's just a drill. There is no emergency, except for coffee.
No, just to echo what Professor Kramer said, Again, nothing will happen without political willingness and change in the policy frameworks. So this is what we have highlighted through our work at MedPan, and we have a new policy paper that is defining what can be done on key topics, including climate change, at all relevant scales, from the local to the regional, national, European, Mediterranean, and international level. Again, this morning at the opening, the Green Deal was mentioned. I think the Green Deal would deserve to be strengthened with a proper nature-based solution pillar. And this we can work on with, for instance, as a citizen, as voters. Next year there will be a new election at the European Parliament. We can raise this voice and this concern with our votes. We can mobilize our politicians. We can make suggestions, but without proper change in our policy framework, it will be highly difficult. And it's the same when it comes to the United Nations Climate Change Convention and Agreement. Currently, we are not well equipped. There is a protocol, the Kyoto Protocol, is not helping us to brand, to make acknowledge the nature-based solution correctly. So there is a shift to be done, but from a policy point of view as well, so that we can better acknowledge what the ecosystem are offering in terms of solution.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for more audience questions, but it is coffee break coming, so feel free then to accost the panel there while they're relaxing, having their coffee. But I would like to thank the panel very much for your interventions and interesting and insightful stories, success stories. So I'd like to just invite you all very quickly, 30 seconds, if you would like to give one key take-home message to leave us all with today. Wolfgang, would you like to start? Briefly. 30 seconds.
Well, the key word is transformation, of course. It's not incremental little steps. It's transformation. It's a new economic thinking. It's a new thinking on governance, and it's a new thinking on North-South cooperation across the Mediterranean. That's really what fascinates me about the Mediterranean, that we have, and this has been illustrated by you, Sylvain, and by others, that we can learn from each other. We can learn from our traditions as well, if governance and politics allow us to do so, and let's just work for that, and also in the spirit that Carol was just mentioning there.
Trust, I would take away trust when working at the local level. Islands we work with, they see all those graphs that Wolfgang showed us at the beginning. The islands are impacted just the same, actually, as other territories, but they are in the front line. They have like scarce resources, they are isolated, etc. So they are being hit harder. But at the same time, livelihood was like maintained on those islands, and quality of life for many years. So we can learn. That's what we believe from these grounds that are fertile grounds for innovation, for technological innovation, social innovation, and that's when islands and islandness can become a strength, and actually. That's inspiration, and now we need action, so we need to be inspired, and I think that's what at our level we bring with these small islands. It's this inspiration and show that we can do things.
Well, I will be obviously speaking about networks. Why? Because we are talking about first human network of practitioners. We can share knowledge, we can share know-how, we can share solution, and we can profile the issue, but as well the solution. So definitely I would say we need to invest more in this network as community of practices, but as well key ally for decision makers.
I think that there is a fake news when we talk about governance, that is just make participation because the community is there ready to act. This is not true. If we want community-based approach, we have to build community. We have to generate communities because we have different interests, different approach. we are not ready for working together. We know that, at least in this room, that we have to work together, but before building trust on participatory processes and any contract we want to work with, invest in making people aware they are part of the problem, part of the solution, and part of a community to be done. Because even the building in which we live is not a community.
Perfect transition. As I said, any change in lasting behavior starts with a change in perception. And so I think today perception are really changing. We can see that. We succeeded all together in that, so we can be proud of this first. But now I think we need to develop and cultivate utopia. So this is also an answer to Mario, because don't put means before your dream, but dream first, and then you will adapt the dream, the means to your dream. And method does exist for this, okay? I think that the real power in our society is the mastery of dreams, and many people are really trying to master our dream instead of us. So just reappropriate your own dreams, work with your community on building your dream. And you said, Carol, I think it's in terms of co-design, what will be our future. This is what this is all about. So, and the good news is that there are methods for this. It's called prospective. You are working on pathways, and the Blue Plan, for instance, is working with the Prospective Med 2050 project on that. And I think this is really the new method to implement to really work for our future, let's say.
Okay, well, I'd just like to thank you all again for your contributions, and very interesting contributions they are. It's very clear that nature-based solutions, although not the only solution, but they are a very powerful solution and a very cost-effective tool for adaptation in coastal communities and for also increasing human well-being. The panel demonstrated that it is absolutely crucial to involve multi-stakeholders at all levels involved in these nature-based solutions. And we also heard that commitment alone is no longer enough. The time is now, and the time is urgent that we need to put these commitments into action. The region really must incorporate all of these nature-based solutions into policies, and really they need to be systematically incorporated into decision-making. And that's hopefully what we can mobilise and induce over the next 2 days. I would like to just highlight that the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community has a nature-based solution fact sheet, which includes all of these nature-based solutions, among others, even from outside the community. And without further ado, because we are eating into our coffee time, so I would like to invite you all for coffee. Thank you for your attention for this session. Session 2 will be starting at 11:15 on transboundary government. So thank you, and thank you to our panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give it another couple of minutes just to pick up any stragglers, and then we'll start the session. Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Yeah, that.
Good morning, everybody. So we've decided that the stragglers can wait outside, and those that aren't here on time, Anushka's told me we should lock the doors and keep them out immediately. That includes Dania. Where is Dania? Yes. So, welcome to the second session. The second session is predominantly looking at part of the MBPC project that we've been working on since basically the closure of the Panacea project, which was the precursor to the MBPC. It looks at the development of the Southern Adriatic Ionian Strait, ecologically or biologically significant area. It's a very catchy name, so we abbreviated it to the SACE-EBSA. And one of the main aspects that we've been looking at is how do we move from the SACE-EBSA being recognised as ecologically important to creating either some kind of governance framework or a management team that could forward this concept into the next stage. And the next stage would be some kind of collective governance involving all of the major actors involved, which would include the states within the Southern Adriatic and Ionian Strait. So this session is a little bit different from the first one. We're going to try and make it a little bit more interactive. I'm going to give basically an overview of some concepts of governance that have been looked at in other initiatives around the world. After that, I'm going to ask my colleagues to give a short presentation, up to 10 minutes presentation of some of their work. We have, first of all, Caterina Fortuna from ISPRA. She's been working in the Med a couple of years. We've worked together for over 2 decades. So she will be talking a little bit about the biodiversity threats and what we call the SACE-EBSA conservation community, which is a subsection of the MBPC. Okay. Then we'll have Gina Bulatovic. who will be standing in for Ivana Stojanovic, who is normally a part of this process, but unfortunately couldn't make it here and has laryngitis. So Gina will be stepping in and giving us a brief overview of the role of the Ministry of Montenegro in the process. After that, we have Khalil Attia online. He's the director of SPARAC, and I hope that he will give us an insight to the role of SPARAC in the past, its current role, and potentially what we could be looking at from a support situation in the future. And then finally, we have my colleague from Slovenia, Istok Skaric, who will be representing the EUSA facility point, which is part of the TSG3, which is environmental quality. Okay. I've asked them all to kind of give a 5 to 10 minutes presentation. Some people will talk about the questions that have been identified from the session that we've already developed. But towards the end of the session, we'll be opening it up to questions. I have a couple of pointer questions, particularly looking at how do we develop further the governance frameworks, or do we look at how the cooperation is going to be created. And then we have about half an hour open questions for the audience. So we hopefully should catch up with our time and be on time for lunch, which is, of course, probably one of the most important aspects of the day. So I have two roles, as the moderator and as the presenter of the introduction. So, guys, if you could throw my presentation up, would be great. We all talk about governance, we all talk about management, and we talk about how we're going to create new systems for the management of the environment, biodiversity, climate change, even food security. And when we talk about these things, we talk about these things that we're creating something new. This is completely unnecessary. We have examples, global examples, even regional examples, where we can cherry pick aspects of these initiatives that enable us to develop our own initiatives. And this is what my presentation, my hopefully 15-minute presentation, will be about. It's recognizing that there are other initiatives around the world which we can utilize and tap into the expertise that is there. Next slide. The button doesn't. Okay, whoops. Okay. Let me just, okay. So in a danger of self-promotion, on the screen you'll see a book which was edited by me a few years ago, but the reason I picked this book and the reason why I'm bringing these three case studies out. The Charlie Gibbs Fracture Zone was written by David Johnson. The Coral Triangle Initiative was written by Stuart Campbell and Lida Petsaud. And the Wadden Sea World Heritage Site chapter was written by Jens Ennemark. All of these people have worked deeply within these initiatives, and they know how these initiatives have developed. David Johnson was the secretary of the OSPAR Convention. Jens Ennemark the same with the Wadden Sea Convention. So when we take these ideas and we take these information from people who are deep inside the process, it allows us to see how these processes actually unfold. So we want to look at whether there are lessons learned from these regions and how could we apply that to the Adriatic-Ionian region context. So the Charlie Gibbs Fracture Zone was the proposal for the development of this region was championed by WWF around 2000, having been an area that was heavily researched in the 1990s as part of the MAR Eco Research Cruises. One of the important things that happened in 2007 is that the Netherlands became a champion for this proposal, assisting WWF in helping to develop the Charlie Gibbs Fracture Zone as a pilot area for conservation within this region, within the OSPAR region. The the southern part of the Charlie Gibbs fracture zone was established through a legally binding decision in 2010, and management was then made or developed through a complementary recommendation also in that period. However, when we look at the northern part of the Charlie Gibbs fracture zone, the pelagic MPA became a little bit more complex. At the same point in time, the Regional Fisheries Management Organisation, the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission, was developing a proposal looking at banning trawling and static nets. So in this period, David Johnson, as part of the Secretariat of the OSPAR Convention, started to consider how that these two organisations could work together, fisheries and conservation. So these two organisations developed bilateral arrangements, not only between themselves, but also between other sectors in the region, including IMO, including the ISA, the seabed authorities. One of the things that stopped further process within the Charlie Gibbs fracture zone was this issue of how do we define what was legally binding according to the OSPAR partners or contracting parties, and to other nation states working in the region. But what was pretty clear that came out of it was this importance of developing an enabling environment for the nation states, and that enabling environment was based on sound scientific knowledge, clear conservation objectives, and clear legal mandates. And all of these were provided for the Charlie Gibbs fracture zone. So this is one aspect that we can consider. If we go further afield, in a similar kind of period, the Coral Triangle Initiative on Coral Reef Fisheries and Food Security was also looking at how to look at conservation of a large marine area with multiple states involved. The 6 Coral Triangle states helped develop in 2007 a regional plan of action. That regional plan of action was scheduled to last for 10 years, and part of this was to establish and staff an interim regional secretariat within the region, hosted by Indonesia. What was important is that the CTI-CFF was established as a multilateral, non-binding partnership between the 6 countries. The regional action plan targeted 3 main goals: conservation priority seascapes, the development of networks of MPAs, and the protection of threatened species. Many of the same goals that we were looking at from regards to the SACE-EBSA. Conservation of migratory species, looking at MPAs as part of a maritime spatial plan or a transboundary maritime spatial plan within the region, and looking at these priority seascapes or priority benthic habitats. What was important from the CTI was it provided an organising narrative, a narrative that was consistent and applicable at national, provincial and local levels. So one of these narratives that actually allowed success at national level to be transferred down to provincial and down to local level. The other thing that was also extremely important was the fact that it was based on economics. It looked at the economic potential of the region and it looked at the economic sectors. It engaged with the economic partners. I was hoping that Andras would stay here from TNC, but he's just disappeared off. There's a session this afternoon, session 4, that looks at economics and looks at how do we engage with economic players, economic actors. And this, I think, is an extremely important aspect of conservation, that we are basically financially illiterate when we talk about economics and we talk about conservation. Okay? The Wadden Sea is the third example. This was identified in 1978 as an important area between the Netherlands, Germany and Denmark, and in 1982 a joint declaration was made with the 3 parties making a commitment to implement conservation together within these regions, based on the internationally binding instruments. In 1985, a joint secretariat was coordinated, was agreed and coordinated, and was considered to help facilitate the process. As part of that, there was a legally binding administrative agreement within that that came between the three ministries. And at the resubmission of the joint declaration, which was refreshed in 2010, the agreement concluded that to provide it and its staff, the Secretariat itself, with a legal status. The AA, the administrative agreement, is the only legally binding document as part of the trilateral Wadden Sea cooperation. The Secretariat has a core staff of full-time people, a budget of probably, this is a little bit old, so probably around $1 million euros per year, and all of the staff are permanent employees. The only one who is subject to a specific time limit is the director of the Secretariat. The permanency of the core staff provides for continuity and stability within the TWSC. Okay. When we look at the governance structure provides, a political agreement at the top, the Trilateral Governmental Council. You have the Wadden Sea Board and Chair. To the right, you have the Secretariat. And then beneath this, you have the advising bodies, including the scientific networks, groups of networks, which include not only biologists, but also lawyers, also geographers, also many different other interdisciplinary groups. So what we can take from these three presentations, or these three case studies, is there's a pretty clear lessons learned. Development of systematic knowledge base. This is something that Katerina will talk about with regards to the development of the Southern Adriatic conservation community. The creation of a political foundation agreement. This is something that we talked about in Dubrovnik. We talked about the Permanent Joint Secretariat for the Protection of the Adriatic. The establishment of a robust institutional setting. Within the Adriatic and Ionian Sea, we have multiple legal frameworks, multiple policy frameworks in place. The coordination of what we already have is essential for us to move forward with these conservation initiatives. And finally, the development of a policy and management framework, or a policy and management secretariat. Istok will briefly talk about a potential for that. So, these four aspects. The first one, talking about systematic knowledge base. Historically, we have Panacea. Now we have MBPC finishing. There are two proposals that have gone in recently that would extend the governance, particularly the governance aspect of this, not only this region, but also looking for the potential replication of this region to the Yabukapit, which is also recognized as an OECM, or potentially as an OECM under the GFCM, and the Northern Adriatic, and then upscaling throughout the Mediterranean and potentially showcasing at a global level. The future, well, we could talk about world domination, but I think that's too far to push. But what I think is that there is the potential that something like this provides a core knowledge, core skills for the development of future EBSAs within the Mediterranean Sea. When we talk about bringing together interdisciplinary groups, it's extremely important to understand that when we develop these things, when we develop concepts about conservation, that the policymakers are deeply involved in the process. If we're providing knowledge, then that knowledge needs to fill into the policy frameworks that are provided. Explicit efforts need to be made to identify these opportunities involving the policymakers and the funders particularly. Creation of a political foundation. We already have the Permanent Commission for the Protection of the Adriatic Sea and Coastal Area, although it only applies to the Adriatic and it only applies to certain members of the nation states within the region. There is the potential for us to develop this further and to utilize this already in place political agreement to develop our governance frameworks. In 2013, as part of the SHAPE project, which was an MSP project that was undertaken within the Adriatic, the Joint Commission presents the adequate institutional framework for the cooperation of the Adriatic states in the field of marine environmental protection. So we're building upon already information that exists out there from 2013. When we look at the partnership within this group, we can see that this contains many of the regional players, PAPRAC and others, including regional players from the Italian side, from Albania, from Montenegro, from Croatia, and from Slovenia. So this kind of project has provided us the impetus to develop this. Robust institutional setting, we're full of policies. We're not short of policies, we're not short of legislation. What we're short of is bringing this into a synergistic method that we can utilise all of these plans together. When we talk about operationalising political will or political frameworks, we need to talk about secretariats. When we talk about secretariats, we also have, as we're sitting in the Committee of the Regions, I've managed to pull out something on the principles of subsidiarity, that potentially there are means for us to access organisations or create organisations that can fulfil political objectives in a management manner. So in conclusion, we need to reinforce the governance arrangements, provide a clear link between the legislation and policy frameworks, support the intergovernmental organisations, those organisations that work at a regional level, develop stable governance structures, provide science-based information through a transboundary network. One of those aspects being looking at how do we make that network independent, financially, but not only financially, but also apolitical, and have institutional credibility. Those are all important features of any organisation that will provide advice or evidence to a policy-making organisation. I'll leave it with just two brief slides. The first slide is extracted from the SPA protocol. One of the problems that the Charlie Gibbs Fracture Zone had was this legal mandate. But within the Mediterranean, actually the SPA protocol provides actually a very elegant solution to how do we talk about jurisdictions. Within that, there are 2 paragraphs that recognise that regardless of any cooperation that is undertaken within that protocol, actually it doesn't affect any of the jurisdictions. So by this very elegant phrasing, we can utilise this also in the way that we seek to bring the nation states to the table. And finally, last word is from Jens. Those of us that have been working in the MBPC will know Jens from previous meetings. The importance of secretariats for international cooperation is often overlooked or neglected in the international studies, where focus is often on states as actors. Secretariats play a crucial role in ensuring the goals and agreements of the parties are transformed into practical achievements. The new goals and strategies are developed and continuity and stability is maintained. And I think fundamentally this is where we are now. We have enough science, we have enough legislation, we have enough policy. What we need to do is start acting, and start acting is transforming these into practical achievements. And I think that's me. Thank you. So, I would like to call Katarina to come on up and talk to us about the SACE-EBSA conservation community. There's your greens forward.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay. So the first slide actually has a title which is the end of the presentation, but I'm going to show you some concrete exercise that we were doing within the MBPC partnership, extended partnership, which included my institute and CNR as well. and an expert hired by the Marine Institute, which allowed us to create various scenarios to see how the SAIS-EBSA could become, in concrete, a place where science and policy and actually the needs of local stakeholders can meet and be managed, discussed and managed for the benefit of the ecosystem. So just to show you how the SAIS-EBSA is and where, this is the southern Adriatic and part of the Ionian Sea. It's a very specific area in terms of oceanographic characteristics. It has a complex water system circulation, not only superficial but also the deep sea, the water, and the oceanographic, specific oceanographic features which are making it a relatively productive area in a sea which is oligotrophic overall, semi-enclosed Adriatic, except for the northern part, which is eutrophic because of the Po River delta, which brings lots of nutrients. The rest of the Adriatic overall is oligotrophic, but is still extremely productive because it has one of the characteristics is the formation of dense water, which is a type of water and circulation that allows the productivity and formation of phytoplankton and zooplankton, which then feeds the system and creates areas within the central Adriatic and the southern Adriatic that are very rich in biodiversity. This area is well known also for a number of key activities, not just in the region, I mean in this sub-region of the Mediterranean, but in the entire Mediterranean. Particularly, the Adriatic is one of the main oil and gas exploitation areas. It has been exploited, and it is being exploited right now, and there are big areas in the southern Adriatic which are not yet exploited, but there is a strong interest by different countries to actually reopen the discussion, especially in these times, given the Ukrainian crisis and the Russian problems. It's also part of the Mediterranean that it connects shipping routes, and there is a very important hub for the northern Europe, which is Trieste, has shipping hubs. So all the shipping goes through the Otranto Strait, and of course it passes right in the middle of the EBSA. There are fishing activities, and this is also a region where tourism is a key industry for several of the countries. So all these activities have a potential, or they do actually affect the entire ecosystem, and they create some issue. There is also a highly complex political context, because we have 6 countries basically bordering the EBSA. So we have Croatia, Montenegro, Albania, the northern Greece and Italy. And clearly they do have differences in terms of setup themselves. Some are European Union countries, others are not yet. So this is a clear, highly challenging situation. In terms of being identified and listed, agreed as an EBSA, which happened almost 10 years ago, this was basically based on the work done by several scientists in the region and work sponsored by the SPARAC in Tunis, which helped to draw reports based on real data and highlighted the importance of this region for charismatic species, which you can see some of the pictures, striped dolphins, fin whales, bottlenose dolphins. You have cuviers, beaked whales over there. But also you have fish, charismatic species like sharks and rays, but giant, actually no longer giant. The devil rays is called spine-tail devil ray, which is mobula mobular. And then you have other charismatic species which are regaining their historical habitats, like, for example, the monk seal. And sea turtles, mostly caretta, loggerhead turtles, and a small proportion of green turtles. But you also have habitats which are extremely rare and important. So you have deep sea corals formation and communities, and sponge, deep sea sponge communities as well. So clearly there is a need to go from what Pete said at the beginning, go from identifying this as a very important biologically and ecologically area, and try to minimize the impact of human activities, if not find ways actually to prevent impacts altogether. So as a scientist, we have been discussing a lot from all angles, and here you can see the results from an old project led by the ETC UMA, which was looking at cumulative effects on the ecosystem. And clearly all these activities that I mentioned, they do have a great potential to harm the ecosystem in the southern Adriatic. And from this study, the Adriatic was actually the area where the cumulative impacts that were taken into consideration, that you can see listed there: tourism, maritime transport, fishery, aquaculture, marine litter, and climate change. They had the highest potential level of impact. So thanks to a colleague of ours, which is an expert in Marxan. Marxan is a decision support tool. It's basically a software that can help local communities or managers to discuss on how to protect biodiversity or the ecosystem as a whole, but also it allows to take into consideration activities and the cost that protection could have in terms of specific activities, and find, after a reiterative process, find the right balance on where and how to protect. So when we were looking at this area, we did create two different scenarios. One was to look at biodiversity and minimize the area that you would require to protect, but considering to protect everything that was important in terms of biodiversity. And the other scenario was actually factoring in also the activities that were carried out within the area, and basically the cumulative effect that those activities may have or they have on biodiversity and the ecosystem. Clearly, this is a tool that is very relevant for all the discussion about the marine special planning or maritime special planning for European countries, and it could really help also stimulating discussions. You might maybe disagree with the areas that are identified through this tool, but what the tool is actually doing, it forces all sides, all the stakeholders to actually sit around a table and discuss the issues. And through an iterative process, you eventually get to a compromise which maybe dissatisfies all the parties and therefore is considered a good compromise to start with. So here you can, just to show you that we were actually looking not just at a few species, we did look at 24 benthic biogenic habitats, 22 important fishery areas, 11 habitats for charismatic species. And then we created a cost surface, which basically it's a surface that will tell you what is the cost of the cumulative effects on the ecosystem. So here you can see how the tool works, and there are a couple of messages or lessons learned that are interesting, at least to me. Here, if you consider just the biodiversity and you look at the areas that you should absolutely protect, you have to look at the squares which are lighter blue. Those are the, let's say, highest priority areas, which means that there is a combination of biodiversity that is almost unique in those areas. So you should at least go for protection of those areas. And in order to meet the management targets that you can choose also what kind of target you want to have, you should be then protecting 35% of the entire region. If you introduce the cumulative effect problem in the matrix, then you will see, so basically, if you're not only looking at the species and the ecosystem and how it works and what is important, but you start considering the importance of some activity for countries and local communities, then what happens in 2 words is basically you will have to protect a larger portion of the EFSA of an area to meet your conservation objectives. So by taking into account consideration, needs from local population or national governments, you will end up in requiring a wider area or more cells in the puzzle to be actually managed. And this makes sense, basically, because you have to be more careful. You are not going to close just a few areas. You will allow some activities in some place, and therefore you will need management, because otherwise it's just conservation on paper. So this is the difference map. It compares the 2 scenarios, and you get from this tool, for example, the white cells are those where you have some irreplaceable habitat, which means places that without them you cannot meet your conservation objectives, because they probably host very specific parts of the ecosystem and the biodiversity that you want to protect. So this was an exercise which was at this point within the MBPC project, it was a discussion which put around the table mostly scientists and experts. And I was part of this discussion, and I can tell you that it was not an easy discussion, even in terms of choosing thresholds or choosing species or choosing the type of prioritizing the pressures from different activities. But in the end, we did come out with the system that we think was the best and the strongest approach that we could apply based on information which was available. And to be honest, the information that is available for that region is not small. There is a big amount of data available on all sorts of aspects of the ecosystem. We did discuss a little bit about the cost of human activities, but one step that should be done, hopefully in the next projects, will be actually to get more information on the socio-economic aspects so that they can be costed and they can be factored in the discussion in the system. And this means two things. You need experts from, obviously, on socioeconomic aspects, but you also need to get the managers or government people, national and international. Pete was mentioning that there are several initiatives going on in terms of governance of the area, and you will hear more later. You need them to sit around the table and then start discussing what are the conservation objectives, obviously based on international agreed policies, but also what are the trade-offs for carrying out specific activities that are high in their interest, basically. So, from my perspective, this exercise was really interesting and also challenging, especially scientists. They never want to say if something is black and white, although they seem to when you ask questions, that they know exactly what is right or what is wrong. But then when you look at the situation in a context of ecosystem, then things are becoming a lot less firm and certain. So it's a long process, but is probably the only process that we could use in order to stimulate some discussion with governments, which at the moment, because of the area, is an EBSA, and as you will know, everyone, an EBSA doesn't require a management plan. It's just an area which was listed as a very important ecologically and biologically, but it doesn't require countries to do anything. So we thought that starting from data and discussing the presence of biodiversity, especially the charismatic biodiversity maybe, and the potential pressures on this biodiversity from activities could stimulate a positive discussion. So this was a very concrete, simple, maybe, approach to start generating some interest. And the interest is there, and of course, as Pete said, you need some organized framework that will allow you to actually keep discussing these specific issues in the context of marine special planning, for example, which is now a very hot question especially for European countries, as they have to finalize their action plans. So I think this is basically all, and I will leave you with this thought. clearly, if we look at the situation in the southern Adriatic, the complexity, it may seem like a huge obstacle, but as Molière said or wrote, the bigger is the obstacle and the more is the glory. So this community here could certainly help a lot to maintain a discussion of the right level of expertise in science, but also in the governance area. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caterina. Our next speaker would have been Ivana, but she's been ably replaced by Gina, who will actually just give a brief statement, really, on the role of the Ministry of Montenegro. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before I start, I would like to apologize on behalf of my colleague Ivana Stojanovic. She was not able to come to this event, although she's with us online and planning to join this session, but unfortunately she is not able to present or make any intervention as she is sick and lost her voice completely. But she will support my intervention if needed through the chat. So our Ministry of Ecology, Special Planning and Urbanism started to participate in the MBPC project as the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Tourism. In the last years, we have gone through many changes, but still made it to the end of the project together with you. When we decided to join the MBPC project, marine protected areas in Montenegro was a process which was ongoing, intensifying by a stronger commitment of our government, and we have been carrying out participatively, transparent and inclusive process of establishment on the first MPAs in Montenegro. The 3 MPAs were proclaimed in 2021, and their management plans are to be finalized by the end of the year. The manager was established, funds secured, and hopefully from 2023, the management of these MPAs will be kicked off. These processes were coordinated and managed by our ministry with participation of the sectoral relevant ministries, MPA manager, municipalities, Institute for Marine Biology, NGOs, and with support of the GAF MPA projects. MBPC project has found its place and provided support especially to defining the management of the MPAs. We had 3 very useful workshops, 2 webinars and 1 in Montenegro in the MPA cottage. Best management practices and tools have been shared with us, and we have been supported a lot for the communication and dissemination of information on Montenegrin MPAs. Also through preparation of story maps for the 3 MPAs. Therefore, we are very happy and grateful to be here and that we were part of MBPC community, which was a nice example of science policy interface practice and support to ongoing national processes. Thank you once again for this great experience.
Thank you, Gina. I would just point out that the Ministry of Montenegro had an extremely important role in helping to engage with our next speaker, which is Khalil. Ministry of Montenegro reached out formally and made a brave decision to ask Spartak to become involved directly in this process formally. So I would like to thank them personally for that reason. And then I would like to pass the floor, hopefully, to Khalil. Khalil, are you there?
Yes. Do you hear me?
We do. I hear you. Does everybody else? Okay. Jordi will. Is Jordi doing the slides?
Yes.
Jordi will do the slides, so just ask him for the next slide. Thank you, Khalil. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. So I would like to reiterate my congratulations to the government of Montenegro for the new declared MPAs. This is very nice and is straightforward for the implementation of the 30 cross 30 overall objectives on marine protected areas in the Mediterranean and at global level. So my intervention today is, and thanks for the organizers to give me the opportunity to contribute to this very important issue of protecting and conserving the Mediterranean living resources and biodiversity. So my intervention is about overall the role of the international and regional players to coordinate and assist the contracting governance. Next, please. So my first slide would be about what are the regional frameworks legally binding or strategies in the Mediterranean that allow us to intervene and to give our help, our assistance, and our support to the contracting parties around the Mediterranean. So the first one and the most important framework, which is the specially protected areas of Mediterranean importance under the protocol on specially protected areas and biodiversity within the Convention of Barcelona. So the SPABID protocol, it's so-called, of 1995 allows two or more concerned neighboring parties to declare protected areas, which are called SPAMI, specially protected areas of marine importance, of Mediterranean importance, in zones situated partly or wholly in the high sea and boundary areas between two or more countries. And the best example that I will introduce to you is Pelagos Sanctuary, SPAMI. The second framework is the post-2020 regional strategy for marine and coastal protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures in the Mediterranean, which has been adopted by the conference of the 22nd Conference of Parties to Barcelona Convention last year, 2021, in Antalya, Turkey, in December. This strategy aims at achieving the 30% conservation target by 2030 in the Mediterranean. And it is built around 5 strategic pillars. Governance, of course, first. Second, the network expansion. Third, the other effective area-based conservation measures, because we are always talking about marine protected areas, and sometimes we forget about other measures to protect areas in the marine environment that are not MPAs, but they can protect and contribute to protect, to conserve from some point of views from the marine biodiversity. And fourth, management effectiveness, and of course, the government and stakeholders' action and support. And the last but not least framework is a strategy that has been developed among several actors, regional actors, who are ACOBAMS, GFCM, IUCN Med, and UNAPMAP. It's called the joint cooperation strategy on spatial-based protection and management measures for marine biodiversity among the secretariats of these regional bodies. And the ongoing joint cooperation strategy aims to strengthen synergies among Mediterranean intergovernmental organizations, secretariats concerned by spatial-based protection and management. And regular discussions and reporting are made to relevant conference of parties according to each organization governing systems. And this strategy has been engaged in order to give support to the countries who are willing to step forward in that direction. And our role is to give them support, assistance, and facilitate the dialogue between them and to gather information, data, and all necessary information. The SACE-IPSA was recommended as a pilot action under this process. And the next slide, please. Next, please. This is a small little focus on the example I wanted to give about the SPAMI that encompass coastal and high sea areas and are shared by 2 or more countries. So a little bit of history on this SPAMI. In November 1999, the Pelagos Agreement was signed. The Pelagos Sanctuary was born, and you can see where it is in terms of geography. It's shared by France, Monaco, and Italy. So the Pelagos Sanctuary was born in a SPAMI in Pector. What does it mean? Actually, the Article 16 of the agreement signed in 1999 says, as soon as the protocol relating to specially protected areas and biological diversity in the Mediterranean enters into force, for then, the parties will present a joint proposal for the registration of the sanctuary on the list of specially protected areas of Mediterranean importance, which is commonly called SPAMI list. So that, because then when they created the new SPAMI, the SPAMI was under progress. The SPAMI list was under progress, and they agreed to submit it when everything is ready. So in November 2001, Pelagos became the first and only international SPAMI. In February 2002, the Pelagos Agreement entered into force. The Pelagos has a permanent secretariat. That's why I gave it as an example, based in Monaco, and a governance system. And since 2004, the Pelagos Sanctuary has operated according to a management plan. Why this area? Originally, the area was identified to be particularly rich of pelagic charismatic cetacean species like the fin whale, the Cuvier's beaked whale, the sperm whale, the pilot whale, and others. And in broader terms, the importance of this ecosystem is clearly ecologically broader and more complex to be able to sustain such diversity. Indeed, it holds and encompasses more than 100 marine protected areas, because it's a very large one, marine parks and Natura 2000 sites of various sizes plus 3 other smaller SPAMIs in it, and 2 EPSAs. Next, please. And now, sorry, I would like to step on and talk about the next steps for the SACE EPSA and options for replication. So next steps could be to engage all the relevant stakeholders, make use of the EU-SARE platform as a forum for discussion involving the concerned neighboring countries on a rotating leadership way, and supported by relevant international organizations like UNEP-MAP Barcelona Convention's components, such as ourselves, SPARAC, REMPEC, PAPRAC, and others, as well as other international and regional organizations like IMO, GFCM, and others. Other steps would be to build science-based justifications for the SACE EPSA, to work on the legal frameworks at the national levels, to draft a clear roadmap with milestones, different steps to go through, and the timeline, and objectives, clear objectives, and to raise funds to support the process, because without money, nothing can be done. The options for replication could be the process could be backed by a solid public relations and communication action plan, so that it becomes an inspirational example and model for other Mediterranean neighboring groups of countries, as in the Mediterranean we have 15 recognized EPSAs in the repository of the Secretariat of the CBD. And the replication options could be considered in other EPSAs in the Western and Central Mediterranean, like the transboundary corridor for vulnerable megafauna in the northwestern Mediterranean. Next, please. And what could be the role of UNEP-MAP SPARAC? Some inspiring ideas. SPARAC could have a significant role at several levels of the process. The first could be the data collection and compilation of the area's biodiversity features. We could facilitate the dialogue among countries concerning area-based conservation commitments and targets, of course, if the countries are willing to do that and to engage in such process, and to encourage the countries to use the SPAMI tool as a legal background for the establishment of transboundary marine protected areas. And in this way, we can offer all our support and assistance, which are part of our mission. Next, please. I have a very short movie that I would like to share with you. So if you can display it, please.
The Mediterranean basin has 1,087 marine protected areas covering 209,303 kilometers square. These areas contribute to the conservation of a great diversity of species and ecosystems and the services they provide. But how can the existing network of protected areas be more sustainable and ecologically representative of the Mediterranean diversity?
In 2021, an ambitious strategy has been developed under the Barcelona Convention to boost marine protected areas in the region. Marine protected areas would serve as nature-based solution to curb biodiversity loss crisis in the region.
This conservation approach is in line with the international conservation policies, notably the UNCBD post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The strategy was developed through a regional participatory process to reflect the expectations of the Mediterranean countries and relevant stakeholders.
SPARAC has prepared this new strategy in consultation with the contracting parties, with the support of the ad hoc group of experts for marine protected areas in the Mediterranean, and in consultation with national, regional, and international organizations.
The strategy sets out key actions and provides guidance on how to enhance governance with MPAs, improve management effectiveness, engage governments and stakeholders to make MPA successful, and expand the MPA network. The strategy proposes to work on identification and reporting of other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs.
No marine OBCMs have been identified yet in the Mediterranean region. The incorporation of OBCMs into the Marine Protected Area Network would help achieving the ambitious post-2020 target in the region.
The targets of the MCPA and OECM strategy of the Barcelona Convention are protecting 30% of the Mediterranean Sea by the 2030 horizon through well-connected, ecologically representative and effective systems of MCPAs and OECMs, and increasing the number and coverage of areas with enhanced protection by 2030. Together, we can make it happen for nature and people.
Thank you. And as so nicely said, Lao Tzu, a Chinese philosopher, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalil. And last but not least, Istok, if you'd like to take the floor.
So, thank you. I'm very pleased to be here and to say more words on, of course, on behind of the EUCR and the two coordinators, Sena Doprašić and Mitja Britzel. First of all, I will present some international law initiatives or the UN process in the Adriatic, which started in the 19th century. Then we will see some opportunities from the acquis communautaire, so let's say that EU process, and finally I will present some solutions for the implementation in practice and how we can give some impacts on the ground. So first of let's say first milestone or first steps started even in the in the different political system. So between former Yugoslavia and Italy, so the environment at that time was also a sensitive topic. And in 1974, there was an agreement establishing the Joint Commission for the Protection of Adriatic Sea against the pollution. Then, after, of course, of the dissolvement of the Yugoslavia, Croatia and Slovenia jumped in the process, and in the 2010, also Montenegro joined the initiative, and the Commission became the Quadrilateral Commission
for the environment in the Adriatic, and the topics were divided in some sub-commission, which we will see that are similar to the today's topics in the EUSER. So it seems that the topics and the challenges are the same almost across the 50 years. So that's a little bit frightened, but okay. Let's look at the future then. The last meeting of this commission was in 2011, and there was also an initiative to invite Albania and also Bosnia and Herzegovina in the commission. Similar initiatives were also at the bilateral level made between Greece and Italy. And we see that this commission, it's not, let's say, a day-to-day commission since the for day-to-day activities, since the parties didn't meet since 2011. So some other instruments can be a proper solution for our immediate impact. Then we could, so that's why we can speak about EUSER, so the European Union strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, which was established more recently in the 2014, and now after these years of, let's say, of implementation, like in other macro regions, there is in place the revision of this action plan, and this can be the opportunity for us to jump on the train and make some changes in the process. One of the pillars of the macro strategy, you can see there is also the environment quality pillar, which has the objectives to ensure a good environmental and ecological status of the area. So we see that we are working on the ecosystem approach based on the Barcelona Convention, and we are also implementing our work proclaiming as, let's say, also the guidance of the biodiversity strategy, because this is also one of our objectives. Out of the objectives, we made some so-called flagship projects, which were approved by the governing board of the strategy. The governing board is, there are the representatives of the foreign ministers of all countries involved, so there is also the political process behind. You can see listed the three flagships, but for us and for today meeting, the ICZM and MSP, it's the most important, which is based, of course, on the Barcelona Convention process, and also the office of UNEP MAP in Split has the important role to set all the content of this flagship, which points out, let's say, 4 points of interest, which one in particular, or all, maybe all of these were in particular already pointed out by the previous speakers. The first one, of course, is the Jabuka pit, which is the well-known area. The second one is the Strait of Otranto, or the Otranto Channel, how was represented by the colleague before, and the two additional areas which for us are also important. One is the Gulf of Trieste, so the northern part of Adriatic, and the Gulf of Bosnia, where recently were some developments which, let's say, enhance this need of dialogue from the partners involved in the area. Also, it's important to mention the ASOSCOP flagship, so the Transnational Contingency Plan in the event of accidents at sea, because this was the first time that the macro strategy in the history received some additional money to proceed with the implementation of this plan, and we succeed at the recently call of General Directorate of the European Commission, DG ECO. We received about 1 million euro to implement in practice this contingency plan at the North Adriatic. Too fast now, sorry. Okay. Which one? Sorry.
No, we're going, that's the next slide.
This one I have to start, so we are just in time, because I pushed the button too much. Okay, so if we think about the European legislation and the opportunities which is given by this legislation, we would like to implement the biodiversity strategy goals by implementing in practice the green and blue corridors, so also combining the water and the MSP directive. In our vision, there is the opportunity to use the European legislation, regulation on a European grouping of territorial cooperation, which gives the opportunity to include the member states and also non-member states in the process, and to look at the territory transboundary, so enhance the cooperation with the autonomous legal entity, so it can also apply directly for the funds independently by the states, and directly also appoint staff and all other important things that were already mentioned before by Peter. So this means that AGTC can offer an opportunity to establish a strong long-term commitment and a legal base to the Secretariat in the Adriatic Ionian region. This it's already in place in some cases at the smaller scale. The first one, which is also a marine area, is the International Marine Park of the Mounts of Bonifacio, between Italy and France, between Sardinia and Corsica. Yeah. Thank you. And the next one, it's a territorial cooperation between Gorizia in Italy, Nova Gorica in Slovenia. This is like Berlin at the smaller case. It was one city divided by political history and so on, like the same story like Berlin. And then on the Slovenian side, there is also a smaller municipality called Šempeter-Vrtojba, which also joined this experience. And they are very, both of them, they are very active, and especially in the AGTC Go, there are also some sub-commissions implementing, let's say, joint healthcare, joint infrastructure between the two states, and so on. So they can represent some inspiration, let's say, also for us in Adriatic Ionian region. I didn't count some persons, but since we are, I put the slogan of our Slovenian EUSER forum in Isola, which was conducted entirely in online mode because of the COVID, and there were present in online almost 800 people. Because let's say that we are looking that at next forum in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Sarajevo, we plan to present the new action plan where also this AGTC will be included, and we hope that after that we will have this secretariat or operational body in place to act on the ground, like we also heard from the previous speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Istok. We've kind of we started late, so we're stealing a bit of lunchtime. Okay, maybe 5-10 minutes, but that's about it. There are two particular aspects that I would like to ask the panel, but then I'm going to throw it open to the floor. The first is particularly around the role that Montenegro has had, which Gina was previously talking about, but also about how they integrate internally within the country and what kind of role do they see themselves playing in the future. So if I could ask you those two kind of questions. And the second would be the role of the Secretariat and how that might actually form. But that's not for you, that's for somebody else. Okay, Gina, if you'd like to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, for framing our discussion, and also the showing the existing regional initiative and structures that has been established decades ago and served their purpose for many years. When we are talking about possibility for cross-border and regional cooperation, we usually turn to the establishment of the new bodies and structure, while it should be really necessary and more productive and effective to use or bring back to life the existing ones. Here we would like to especially refer to the Permanent Commission for the Protection of the Adriatic Sea and Coastal Area, as it would be an example of a good platform to talk about issues such as size EPSA management. This process of establishment of the transborder governance go to the identification of an area to biodiversity conservation, so new ambitious targets should be especially taken into account. We will know more in terms of formal global commitment to the 30% protection by 2030 in less than 2 months after the CBD COP in Montreal, although most of the governments expressed themselves individually, including support from our governments. Targets and goals have been also set at the EU and regional seas level, such as in the Barcelona Convention. So our government can encourage the other 4 states through bilateral and joint discussion, as there is a need for joint management of this area, but also through the existing framework, such as EUSIRE, Barcelona Convention, bilateral, trilateral, and similar cross-border initiative and projects. Montenegro was considered during its last presidency of the EUSIRE to initiate again the work of the Permanent Commission, and we were not successful at the time, but we will make sure to use the next opportunity, although such initiative needs strong political commitment and leadership. So we will use the existing platforms for such cooperation, but we will also need support for that. It would be also useful to have a project support, cooperation and joint action to ensure joint governments of SAIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. So one of the core themes that has come out of that comes out of the discussions that we've had is that we have we're fairly clear that we have a political organisation, and we potentially have a means to look at how we could develop a management or governance body. But as we have Costanza in the room as part of the Secretariat for Pelagos, I would just like to get her input with regards to the role of secretariats in.
Thank you very much, Peter. Hello, everybody. I'm Costanza Favilli, the Executive Secretary of the Pelagos Agreement. Yes, so I will briefly present the role of the permanent secretariat of the agreement, which is a permanent, I highlight that, permanent secretariat. The permanent secretariat has the role of the implementation and support to the parties for the activation of the trilateral activities. The permanent secretariat coordinates and has also the role of the harmonization of measures and activities. We also remind the parties their obligations, and having a secretariat is also a way to have a common representation on some international fora, of course, and give the parties the possibility to have a continuous dialogue on different subjects. And for the parties, this is a way to have also the same level of information. But I would like to highlight the fact that the decisional body of the agreement is the meeting of the parties of the Pelagos Agreement. So the Secretariat has as a role of support and implementation of the guidelines and objectives established by the parties, of course. And mainly, the Secretariat allows the parties to work together on a daily basis. The alternative, what is the alternative? The alternative would be for the parties to meet once or 2 times per year and go back home with the main guidelines and the objectives, and for each of them to activate activities on a national level without any coordination, without any harmonization of the measures, without any coordination of the activities, and without a monitoring of what and how measures or activities are improved. This is the role of the Secretariat. If you look at the current situation, context of the Pelagos Agreement, the parties have approved the new Management and Action Plan and the Work Plan 2022-2023, and the Secretariat gave during this phase its support and facilitated the negotiation between the parties. And now is to the Secretariat to implement the action and activities identified by the parties. So when I say to implement the activities of the parties, I mean also to bring together all the stakeholders and partners in order to ensure the effective application of guidelines and objectives. So the Secretariat has a very central and specific role in every step of the work, of the common work of the parties of the Pelagos Agreement. And last but not least, I will say also that the Permanent Secretariat has a major role in building trust on the common work realized by the parties and between the parties themselves. And here again, this is a way to create and maintain a community.
Thank you, Costanza. Do we have any other comments from the panel currently, or can we throw it open to the floor? Okay, any questions from the floor?
Peter, can I?
Certainly, Khalil.
Hello? Yeah. Can I intervene here just very quickly?
Certainly, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. I would add to what has been said by Costanza that the Secretariat, the only thing that cannot do the Secretariat is to replace the contracting parties and do the work in their place. It's very important that the parties in a convention or an agreement implement and take action in a committed way and implement its duties, because the Secretariat is there to coordinate, to work between the different meetings of the governing bodies in order to help, to prepare and to assist, but not to replace. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalil. Silence from the floor. Would anybody else like to wrap up? 30 seconds, Katerina, from you, and then we'll go down the... I caught you unawares. If you'd like to give me, how do we phrase it, some closing remarks. Thanks.
Oh, well, thank you, Peter. Well, listening at the various presentations, I thought that basically if we want to realize something, if we want to go from recognizing the Southern Adriatic and Ionian as a going from recognize it as very important for biodiversity and other ecological features to some form of protection of these features for the future generation, we certainly need to organize ourselves, but we cannot do more that is within our capacities in terms of roles. So thinking about what Khalil just said, this is the fact that the Secretariat cannot replace parties is, I think, exactly the same concept for all stakeholders. Scientists cannot replace politicians or managers. Managers cannot replace scientists or politicians. Group of interests, they cannot replace governments, and they shouldn't do it. Otherwise, they would just push for some of the interests and not others. So what is missing, officially missing still in that area is a formal commitment from governments to aggregate, to create a multilateral discussion, which we hoped, or we still hope, it could be formed, for example, within the user discussions. That would be excellent because we wouldn't start from zero. And this project could bring several of the tools that were started or set up or finalized during the past 3 years, and create a good environment for discussion at the more technical level, introducing scientists or experts in different fields. But certainly we need a long-term interest. We need to stimulate this interest. And it has to be long-term because these things are not changing or forming or creating themselves very quickly. Even the agreement for marine mammals in the Mediterranean, it took decades to actually get into a formal agreement between 3 countries. So I guess projects like the Interreg and the Interreg system can actually be very instrumental in facilitating this kind of discussions and this kind of exchanges, but still we still need to convince maybe ISTOC that they are the future also for that initiative. So that would be my concluding remarks, a little bit longer than 30 seconds, as you know.
Yes, Dania.
From here, yes. So maybe the question exactly is now to Istok. So what would be the enablers to really have the rest of the commitments from the countries that are still not on board?
So, yeah, like we already heard, we cannot substitute the states and the countries and politicians, but we recently made some improvements. We developed the biodiversity analysis in the Adriatic Ionian region, and of course this AGTC grouping, it's coming out of another legal analysis which was also conducted by EUSER. And by the way, just saying that this legislation about the AGTC was born in this house, so it's or this palace. So that's interesting to hear that we come back to discuss again in the palace. And we would like to bring this opportunity to the table, to the political agenda, and we hope that with all stakeholders, including you and all others, we will force to implement, first of all, I think, a concrete action plan, maybe for each country, what are the missing stones in the process. For example, if we look at the marine special plans in our Adriatic Ionian region, there are only 2 countries that were complied with the European directive, so Slovenia and even before Montenegro made some marine special planning for their parts of the sea, even not being obligated and even not being in the European Union. So the other countries which maybe are bigger and did this, that's why they need more time, or maybe there are present more interests, are lagging behind, and this is not also in favor of our process, but identifying these gaps and discussing it and bringing to the political agenda, this is our next step and our role, I think.
Thank you, Stock. Gina, would you like to give a wrap-up, or... Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, we agree with you, and our final message would be also that cooperation is the only way actually to achieve joint concrete object and implement action, and even to push for political commitment to these processes, and that is why projects such as this one are useful and should be supported further, and its results to be used further and to build upon its outcomes for future projects in the Mediterranean region. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Khalil, would you like to give a closing remark?
Yes, thank you. I would say that the overall commitment is there politically, since at European level the European strategy is known and committed. At Barcelona Convention Conference of Parties, it is also there, the same goals, 30% of conservation by 2030, and it will be closed and complemented at global level, hopefully within 2 months. And then the countries have then to play their game and to implement and to start action. And the frameworks are there also at the global, regional, and even sub-regional levels in order to support and help. and the legal frameworks where things can be declared and adopted and easily decided are there also. We mentioned them. So I don't know, but there are a few issues in the region that maybe could make things more difficult. But I think that with all these commitments, we can cross fingers and be optimistic and wait and look for the transformative action. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalil. And Istok, I'll give you the last word, if you like. Thank you.
Yeah, it's nothing more to say that we also hope that the countries will do their job. I agree that there is scientific, legal, and whatever we find it in the past some gaps saying that we need some stones or missing or something like that. Today I think that we are ready with all the bases needed to act in practice, and we can now pass the ball to the countries. That's, I think, the main message coming out of today's panel.
I would just like personally to thank all the panel members. I'd like to thank everybody in the room for your time. And I've just been asked to... Yorgos, are you ready to present? You're ready. So I'll pass the floor to Yorgos, and thank you very everybody.
So, are you listening? Okay, yes. I wanted to point out that I was surprised by how many existing and really promising initiatives we already have around. I didn't manage to catch the names, and I was hoping that it was the missing slide. I didn't listen from Istok, because I'm not sure if Jagoba is the name of this. Jabokan. Okay, so please forgive me for writing down the name badly, but it was a very interesting, an interesting journey around the Mediterranean, actually, to see how many different initiatives are happening between states, and it was becoming even more interesting every time when we are getting into the point, like what is exactly what's missing, what is wished by the partners. And actually, I was also very positively surprised by the fact that Khalil said that there is some reason for some optimism, which is maybe the first time I hear this word in 5 years. So I was. It is amazing also, like that all this being here in the European Union institutions. Let's say it's nice to see that the European arrogance sometimes it has to be questioned, because countries which are not in the European Union are doing the job much better than some of our beautiful European countries. Like
share the screen to the audience.
You need to. I'll share the screen. I think that's something to do. Wait a second. How do I share the screen now? On Zoom. What was the trick to make the screen again? Share screen? Which was... sorry, guys. I cannot see it right now. Can you give me a hand?
Never mind, just proceed.
You can just see this, or is anybody... Anyway. So there was I was very impressed by this Pelagos agreement, all this long process which led to the cooperation of not only cross-country but also cross-continental cooperation, where we see so many good examples which can be replicated in many places. And this is, I think, the main point of all that. Like, there is already so much work which has been done, that it's up to us to manage to make it visible, to make it understood by people, and to show the way like things can go. There is always this imbalance between what, let's say, economy wants, overfishing, tourism, drilling for petrol and using the sea as a route for the ships and transport. And on the other side, we have all this which doesn't bring money. It's not monetizable, but it's actually what gives value to our sea, which is turtles, corals, sponges, whatever, all those fishes, and people who want to hug dolphins. Where was it yesterday? So I think it's been a very interesting and very condensed session, and I wish we all going to have a nice dinner now and start to digest what we heard and get into digesting food.
Sorry, I thought my job was done. I was nodding to Anushka. I think that's lunch. Let's go. In the atrium. See, I told you should tell them. I have no idea.
So we have cut into lunch a little bit, I'm afraid. So we may have to just accept that our lunch is not going to be the full hour, but we will, of course, give you enough time to digest. Lunch is in the atrium, which is if you carry on straight down this corridor here to the left, or as I usually do is follow the masses, but just make sure maybe you ask them if they're going to lunch first. I have ended up somewhere else instead. I'm not sure, do we know if the room will be locked or we can leave jackets and... I think it would be okay, but there is no security here, so it's at your own risk if you leave things here, coats or that.
sola. Ah. Non sola. Ma, vieni a te. Allora, book is really book it. That's what
Is anybody missing glasses? Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. I'm sure you're sick of looking at me today, but apologies for that, can't be helped. Anyway, welcome back to the last session of the day. And we've heard so many speakers today, and we've been shown so many solutions already. We've heard how, through nature-based solutions, nature's contributions to food security, climate change mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity loss can be enhanced. We have heard how there's an urgent need for transboundary cooperation and regional governance frameworks to support the uptake and scaling up of solutions, and about the many social and ecological benefits that nature-based solutions can provide, including the significant role they play in climate change adaptation in the Mediterranean coastal communities. However, there is one fundamental and common critical need for the transfer and uptake and scaling up of all of these solutions, and ultimately to help drive transformative change in the region. And you know what that is? It's show me the money. So how can we access that money? How can we use it efficiently? So that is what this session is about, how we can promote and how we can have a nature-positive economy in the Mediterranean. So to kick off our expert panel discussion today is Joachim Maas, who is a policy analyst at the European Commission, the Department of the Regional and Urban Development, who's going to introduce us to how ecosystem valuation can be a critical tool to promote the financing of nature conservation. Joachim?
Thank you, Anushka, and also thank you to Dania for the invitation to present today at this conference. I prepared a set of, here they are. And you see them probably? You see them on the screen, so thank you. One of the discussions that we had the last 20 years is how to sort of translate and bring biodiversity, conservation, and nature into economic thinking. And I'll just take a few minutes of your attention to demonstrate how that process evolved over the last 20 years in the EU. Do I go to the next slide, or can I use this? And I can press there. There you go. So. Here is a slide that frames nature conservation. It was presented by Georgina Mays, who unfortunately passed away 2 or 3 years ago, but she was very instrumental in biodiversity science, and I think her framing is really interesting, because in the 60s and in the 70s, nature conservation emerged as a field of science where there was a lot of focus on how should we protect species, so nature for itself, whereas in the 80s and in the 1990s, there was much more the link between the degradation of ecosystems, the different drivers of biodiversity change, such as habitat loss, pollution, climate change, and so on, nature despite people, whereas at the end of the last century, we have seen a shift in the paradigms around nature, linking it to the economy. Very instrumental were this seminal paper by Robert Costanza on the value of the world's ecosystem services and natural capital in 1997, which was also the basis for the UN's ecosystem, Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, a first global assessment of the degradation of ecosystems and the consequences that the degradation has for people and for the economy. This also involved work on mapping ecosystem services, their valuation, whereas also lately we see that not only economic and monetary values are being considered, but that there is again an opening to people and nature, where also nature is considered together with people as a social ecological system which has plural values, not only economic ones. This thinking seeped sort of into the Commission's policies. No. Can I try to do it manually?
Next.
Yeah. Can someone go to the next slide? Because the remote control is not working. Well, this thinking seeped into the specific action on how the EU and countries can start to analyze ecosystems, mapping, assessment of their health and their condition, and how to calculate and value ecosystem services. This is a process that took about 10 years and that really developed across the EU a knowledge base on ecosystems for policy use and decision making in the EU and in the member states. I mean, the main aim is now to mainstream and operationalize that knowledge that we collect on ecosystems. One of the tools to mainstream it, and I will come to that in a minute, is natural capital accounting. Operationalization, nature-based solutions is also a clear example of how we operationalize our knowledge and the service on ecosystems and the services they provide. I try again. Yeah, now it works again. Before that, the whole process sort of ended in a Commission's EU ecosystem assessment, where the Commission analyzed together with the European Environment Agency and other stakeholders, where we analyzed for the first time the pressures and the condition of all ecosystems using a single methodology. Here is a summary for policymakers that you could download if you look for it on the internet, with 10 key messages. Very prominent are that we need better tools for monitoring ecosystems and for regularly accounting them in statistical systems, and it also contains a strong argumentation to restore ecosystems, to support sustainable farming, or to provide in particular solutions for climate mitigation and climate adaptation. A key instrument now to mainstream nature, degradation, ecosystems, ecosystem services into economic decision making is a system called ecosystem accounts. What do? They track the extent, the condition of ecosystems and ecosystem services, and that is depicted by the infographic on the left-hand side. If you know the extent of an ecosystem and you know the quality of an ecosystem, you can start thinking about how many services it actually provides to society. Take a simple example. More forest can produce more timber, but also a healthy forest produces more timber than a forest that is completely degraded. And then depending on the demand set by society, we can actually calculate how many timber flows into the economy as a basis for further economic activities. So a key point also in the underpinning of a nature positive economy is that we quantify actually how much of these services are the basis of economic activities. And what you see here is work that we did with Eurostat under the INCA project, where the flows from ecosystems to the economy have been quantified. Ecosystems provide us with crops, with timber, but also with pollinators that are necessary to fertilize the crops. They sequester carbon from the atmosphere, they protect us against floods, they purify the water, they provide us with nature-based restoration, and they do so much more. Now, based on these 6 or 7 services, we quantified the total amount of goods and services that nature provides the European economy every year, and then we must see that there is an invisible sector next to agriculture and forestry that really feeds the economy and that actually should be part of our GDP measurements. And these accounts make these values much more visible for economic decision-making and statistical systems. We also run into a decade of ecosystem restoration. The Commission tabled just before the summer a proposal for a nature restoration law that will require massive investments in the restoration of ecosystems. We are talking about billions and billions of euros that have to be invested in forests, in wetlands, and in other habitats for restoration. That is money that, first of all, cannot be that cannot only come from public financing, but that requires also private investments as well. And to support these investments, you also need a system that is able to quantify the benefits from ecosystem restoration to the economy in order to convince investors that every euro that you spend in ecosystem restoration actually delivers a multitude of it as benefits to the economy. Another clear example of nature-based of a nature-positive economy is the scaling up of nature-based solutions. I think the rewilding example is excellent, of a scalable sort of technology that will help us enormously to adapt against the greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, and help us also in that aspect from climate mitigation, and that will help us in sustainable farming and food systems. Show me the money is very important. This slide shows the biodiversity financing, and it breaks it down over different actors. The Commission estimated recently that by 2030 we need 48 billion per year to maintain and to invest in biodiversity in the Union. Currently, much of the expenditure comes from the Common Agricultural Policy, actually. To some extent, there is also expenditure from the cohesion policy. These are the 2 most important instruments on biodiversity financing in the EU. Then there is also other expenditure under the Life Fund, under Horizon Europe, under Copernicus, and so on. The Commission has a commitment to spend by 2024 annually at least 10% of the entire EU budget to biodiversity, so that also helps achieving that goal of 48 billion. Member states contribute currently 12.4, so there is also an additional effort necessary, but there remains an important financing gap. Certainly also if the nature restoration law will be adopted, then we will have to scale up investments. To some extent, some of the budget can come from the new Recovery and Resilience Facility that was created to support the economy after the pandemic, but other instruments will be necessary as well to finance biodiversity and ecosystem restoration. Here I mention finally 2 important initiatives that are crucial for supporting financing, because they provide guidance, rules and methodologies. First of all, the rules on ecosystem accounting. They are proposed and maintained by the UN Statistical Framework on Environmental Economic Accounts and by Eurostat, but these rules are essential for investors to convince them to spend actually budget on biodiversity. They expect us the same rigidity as rules for economic accounting. And then finally, there is the EU taxonomy on sustainable financing, very important instrument that essentially makes a list of the interventions and investments that are sustainable. And also for ecosystem restoration, the Commission is currently drawing up such a list of sustainable interventions, and this is important for different financial instruments, for banks, for the European Investment Bank to give loans to companies, businesses, and regions that want to spend budget on biodiversity. With this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Joachim. And it's very clear, it's very nice. We need to make nature count. We need to make nature visible. But let's face it, we've been trying to talk the talk of this for many, many years, and yet we're still seeing challenges in policy uptake for nature-positive economies, and indeed adequate financing for biodiversity conservation across the region, across the Mediterranean. So, moving forward, we ask ourselves, what do we need to do differently to promote the uptake of this and to close the gaps between valuation, policy and financing? Like, how can we talk the talk and make them walk the walk? Well, hopefully, today our panel of experts can help us with that. So I'm going to first just introduce those that are on our panel today. So first on our panel is Shana Vida Garvan, CEO and founder of Endangered Wildlife. Before I move on to introduce the others, interesting fact. Did you know that only 8.2% of Fortune 500 companies have female CEOs? Well, we happen to have one of those 8.2% female CEOs here. And not only that, she has very recently been awarded the Most Innovative Sustainability Tech CEO by the Female CEO of the Year Awards, which is a highly prestigious award and open to all CEOs all over the world. So I think that congratulations on that. Also on the panel, we have joining us Torsten Thiel, who unfortunately was unable to make it today, but we do have him intervening online, so we hope everything goes well with that, but we will be hearing from him in a little bit later. He's a senior advisor at the Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies at Potsdam. We have Marie-Aude Sevin, a director of operations at Blue Seeds, and Andras Krolop, who is the Senior Policy Advisor at the Nature Conservancy. So, okay, we heard all about ecosystem valuation. Shana, can we put a value on biodiversity? And if so, how do you envision that this will cause a change in the response that we're seeing or that we want, and actually result in concrete actions by policymakers towards investing in nature conservation?
Firstly, thank you for that introduction. Bit humbling that just to say, you mentioned the award, but thank you very much. I think before we even start that, I just want to clarify, following on from Joachim, he was talking very much about the ecosystem valuations. What I'm going to speak more specifically about is the biodiversity valuations. And also to start it with the thing of just internally reflect, how do we actually talk about humans? Because we have to accept that humans are a species, one of many, many species of biodiversity. And we value humans on a daily basis, depending on your education, on your university, on your job, when you go get credit, when you go get loans, all of these things, when you get a job, all of these things require valuation. So the argument from my side is to level that playing field. When we invest in a person, we can calculate a return on them. We have to be able to do the same when it comes to biodiversity. So I can easily say to you, I can justify that in the Sea of Cortez on the Californian Gulf, that one common bottlenose dolphin is worth, well, the population is worth about 190 million euros. I can say that a great white shark in Guadalupe is worth over $1 million. Now, that is something that you can understand, you can interpret. Now, the thing that people say, how do you do these valuations? Valuations are impossible. Not so much impossible, they're just not so easy to do. Biodiversity, in this very sense, is diverse. There's a lot of factors to be taken into account to try. You can't have a one-size-fits-all. So what we're trying to do is to be able to say, if you can take into account the characteristics of their species, equate it to what I like to say, for example, loggerhead turtle PTY LTD. Ultimately, I think from everyone I was listening to today, you're all here for some sort of species. You are effectively working for that species. You are employed by that species. So where there was an argument that the biodiversity doesn't actually monetize, doesn't create money, it does. It creates your employment. It creates demand in society. It helps to maintain that ecosystem service, which essentially is what we are dependent on. We cannot survive without actually having that ecosystem service. That ecosystem service requires biodiversity, and thus biodiversity has value. So what we essentially are looking at is to be able to say, how do we reflect this? Because people are talking about metrics. Metrics are complex to understand. When you go to a financial market, financial institutions, you give them a metric, they're clueless. We have to have a common language. The only common language literally anyone in this world can speak is money. So that is the one thing that allows you to actually level the playing field. It allows you to calculate an ROI on biodiversity. So this is essentially what we're trying to be able to do. How do you do it? Well, we know some things have value from carbon. We know there's an aesthetic value to most species. Not all, but most. We've identified up to 27 different economic values that biodiversity can contribute to. There's a survival value that biodiversity creates. There's also actually the value within the ecosystem itself, because not every species is a charismatic species, but without those species you would have no ecosystem. Take the example of the vultures. In South Africa, it's estimated that within 10 years of vultures going extinct, basically all the big five will be gone. So they are playing a crucial role to basically maintain the entire South African tourism, wildlife tourism economy. But nobody really cares about vultures because they're not the big, charismatic, cute, cuddly species. So this is what we're essentially trying to do with the idea of valuing biodiversity. It allows you to actually start to accept if you're going to be impacting a species, what is the benefit of it? I've kind of developed this new sort of slogan, integration, not isolation, because businesses will not be able to actually continue to survive if they do not integrate biodiversity. You cannot expect them to integrate biodiversity if you cannot put a monetary value to their benefit of integrating biodiversity. So naturally, by having a monetary value, you're able to actually allow them to do their cost-benefit analysis, allow them to go to an investor, allow them to go to their clients and say, this is the value that I am creating, not necessarily cash in hand, but it's a value for economy, the society, and the environment. And this is why I'm making this decision. Don't need to re-educate anyone. Simple thing that's worth, for example, the red squirrel in Scotland is worth approximately £1,900 each. There we go, I have one red squirrel that I've saved. This is the value that I've created. That's the idea behind the valuation of the biodiversity. And hopefully that answered your question.
Well, it did. Thank you very much. But it almost sounds too good to be true. Are there any shortcomings in this at all?
Data. Simple one-word data. So it is essentially to do evaluation, you need to be able to understand what's there. We say you should not have to wait for perfect data to be there, because there will never be perfect data. We'll never have a full understanding of every single species in the world. But we do have some knowledge. The same way I like to liken it to an equity analysis. You've got public information and private information. did that stop working? my argument is that essentially, going back to the humans, if we're going to value humans, why not value biodiversity? Would people buy premium branded products if they weren't expensive? People like things that are expensive. So although that's something that needs to be overcome, it's a kind of, the question should be, is it ethical to not value biodiversity? Because essentially you're then letting biodiversity fall by the wayside.
Thank you, Shanna. So we've heard about ecosystem valuation, biodiversity valuation. So moving on from that, let's look about how we can access financing, or where is the financing. Marie-Aude, so the post-2020 GBF, Global Biodiversity Framework, also recognises that the public sector alone cannot provide all the finance that is required, and there is a need to increase private sector financing. In this regard, blended financing has become some way, or one way in which we can do this. But this might be a new concept for some of us. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about this and how Blue Seeds is using this tool. And also, what is the transformative potential of blended finance models?
Yeah, thank you, Anouska. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the invitations. First of all, thank you for Joachim and Shanna about introducing how to evaluate nature capital. Shanna, you just say we are using what we know, which is true. I'm not an economist, I'm a conservationist, and I will play with the rule of the economy and the capital, which is super important to introduce my talk. Talking about blinded finance, it's pretty easy. It's not so complex. It's about mixing different way of bringing money then to reach basically the SDG. So blinded finance, it's in the same, let's say, pot. You bring philanthropy, public investment, and on that way you are catalyzing and you are enabling the condition then to bring private investment. We reach a moment where public investment is not enough. Like Joachim, you were talking about 48 billion in the coming years, which I'm pretty sure we are not reaching this number. So definitely we need private finance, but private finance playing with the role of the capital. It's about talking on return on investments. But on nature, what is the return on investment? It just lets you breathe, heat, having water, just basically living. This is the value of biodiversity and ecosystem. So what is the return on investment? And on nature, return on investment, it's pretty poor. It's pretty weak compared to where you can put some money on a basic investment and fund. So I have this hope that at least blinded finance at one point will enabling the condition and accelerating the process to bring additional private money. And I have some hope. I'm super pessimistic right now because everything is collapsing super fast. This morning we were talking about climate change, the biodiversity is collapsing, but we are moving and we are trying to invent new vehicle, or we are smart when we are almost dead. This is human. This is human behavior. Sometimes you say, oh, it's warm, but you have to put your hand and test that it's super warming. So I guess that even for private sector right now, they don't have any more choice. If they want to continue their activity, they have to invest. And so public investment, and I say also philanthropy, might help for that. So saying that at Blue Seed, I will take two examples, what we try to do or to implement. Currently, we're trying to channeling money where there's money available. We were discussing that this morning. We're working on the European Maritime and Fisheries Funds. The problem right now is that you have the money at the European level, and then it's go to the national level, and then you have to scale down to the regional level and to the local level. You know the programmation, but the time that the money go to the local actors, 2 or 3 years. But we know the programmation, we know what we have to do. So now the problem is how to bring money faster to the final local stakeholders to start action. And so the idea of this pre-financing fund is to bring money from philanthropy, so we have some return thanks to the European Commission with the reimbursement of the loan we can provide to the final fisherman, and we are going to bring assistance for all the administrative issue. So the idea of this fund is to use, but to go faster, thanks to philanthropy, and hopefully tomorrow from private investors, to go faster than the institutional money and to use it. So this is the first. So it's institutional money, private, and philanthropy. Another one, we are, a lot of us talking about blue carbon. Now, blue carbon, it's the new, I don't know what. Now, we are starting to work at Blue Seeds on blue carbon and dealing with Posidonia. Without Posidonia in the Med, there's no more life underwater, basically. Now the problem with the blue carbon is that we have to move super fast to avoid maybe the mistake we did with forest. Now carbon, the market of carbon is about offsetting. And here we are not talking about offsetting. Talking about think of carbon underwater is super complicated. You couldn't certificate it. You couldn't measure it. So the only thing we have to do now, right now, is secure the ecosystem where you have carbon, let's say blue carbon, basically for Posidonia, and to avoid any destruction on the think of carbon. It's vital. So now the gamble we take at Blue Seed, and we start with other partners also, it's rather to have a market. Still, we don't have the market for the carbon. It's to propose a new deal for the market with a very low return on investment on carbon to secure the thing of carbon and not talking about offsetting and renaturation. And for that, we are going to start to work on pilot sites to avoid the destruction on Posidonia and try to combine this approach and to create an enabling condition for a new market carbon. There's no market carbon at all for the blue carbon, so if I'm not wrong. There's one in Andalusia, but a ton of carbon. If someone wants to buy a ton of carbon to 1,000 or a bit more, raise your hand, please. No, there's no one. Yeah, you want? Okay, so let's go to Andalusia. That's great. Yeah. People are running after the ton of carbon, but basically the price ton of carbon, it's roughly for 5 to 6 euro. And then you will pay like 1,000, which is the real cost for the carbon in Posidonia. I'll stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Aude. So I was quite interested when you were talking about, the 48 billion and how at a higher level, then how does that, the problems and the challenges of it filtering down to the local scale. But we talk about valuing nature and making nature count. But at the same time, we can also use nature at a local level to generate its own revenue and financing. And so I think Blue Seeds, you've been working a little bit like that. And have you seen... So in financing mechanisms such as visitor fees or something like that, are there at times the higher level policy limitations being able to generate this revenue at a local scale?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So yes, we are working on channeling money, like better channeling, and also to create like additional revenue, which is not new. It exists in many protected areas, but what we were facing in the Mediterranean, it's, let's say, administrative issue. In between the national rules and what happened at the local scales, it's a nightmare just to set a concession. Just for a manager in a protected area, like managing by public body, to bring additional money, the money go to the national government or to the state and not it don't stay at the local place. So we were fascinated with our project on mooring, on buoying and mooring, on visitor fee, and on other things we try to bring for facilitating the life of manager. I think, Pablo, you were talking about management, current management. I like to say that conservation, it's a long lost story. We have thousands of money for bringing innovation, restoration, technology, but for the long-term management, and this is still a call for the European Commission, for our national government. We need more money for long-term conservation, just for managing the basic as usual. So it's not the beginning, it's not fantastic, it's not like, it's just the long term. Again, it's like a love story. You have to aliment it, but we need it. And we miss money for that. And this is super complicated. Even like you try to create additional revenue, but it didn't work.
Thank you, Marie-Aude. So we see that even at a local scale, generating this revenue and on-the-ground self-financing even is with its challenges. But let's scale back up again to going to talk the talk at these big, high-level decision makers. I'd like to ask Torsten a question, if we can get him online. I don't know how this is going to work, but we will try. Is Torsten there?
I'm right here. Thank you so much.
No.
Sorry not to be with you in person.
Well, we're sorry too, but we're glad you could join us online. Torsten, a question I have for you is that a hot topic that we know is going to be discussed at COP27 will be the integration of climate and nature policies and agendas. But how could such integration help support the move from, we're hearing a lot, we've heard about ecosystem valuation and biodiversity valuation, but how can we move from simply valuing the ecosystems and the biodiversity to more on-the-ground financing for biodiversity conservation?
Thank you very much. And I think there is actually a unique and really important opportunity here, because what we have with the climate world is that we have reached through the Paris Agreement, through the net zero commitments, and frankly, through the simplicity almost of the goal that you have to achieve in that world, which is your CO2 reductions, we have been able to develop a financial structure behind that has grown to very significant scale, very significant engagement from all parts of the financial sectors, from the impact side all the way to the very large financial institutions. And so if I take just one example, the climate bond space, which started in its infancy maybe a decade ago, is in above $1 trillion now. So climate world has grown to a very large number. We are now, on the one hand, facing the challenge of learning and replicating some of these approaches in the more complex biodiversity world, and we're lagging behind there. So just drawing the lessons is helpful. But I think we can go a step further, and that's why it was really interesting to hear the introductory presentation around blue natural capital, etc. It's really only when we address these issues in nexus, in combination, that we can really get to the outcomes we need. So we need climate and biodiversity finance to be integrated so as to create blue natural capital as an investable asset class, as a store of value, as a store of nature. And that integration is a key way forward. And I'm personally very focused and see a lot of opportunities to do that in the marine space. In many ways, the marine space is more challenging on a site-by-site basis. But the advantage of the marine space is also that it is very clear how these aspects, components come together. We just that mentioning that example of Posidonia, which does provide all that range of benefits, including the climate benefits. So one of specific examples there is the work I was involved with the Seychelles. So the Seychelles decided to do large-scale marine protection, and then added to that in a climate context in NDC, a national goal of 50% by 2025, 100% of all seagrass to be protected. Now, this ambitious goal needs to then be linked with their marine spatial planning and their marine protected area management. But then the finance that could come from this ability to deliver these climate benefits, and we have measured some of that sediment value, etc., in linking it to the benefits in terms of additional biomass, additional biodiversity, etc., all means that you get a very valuable, investable proposition, and you are getting much larger scale of interested parties, because the big investors have already understood the task force on climate-related financial disclosures. We're getting to very precise rules for the same on nature-related financial disclosures. So there's a pathway for finance to engage, and there's a common effort, and this multiple range of benefits that we already talked about. So I think we're at a very exciting space on the finance side. The one thing I would encourage everybody is to watch COP27 with that ocean lens. COP26 very much focused on clubs around forests. We need to do the same thing around oceans and marine protection, but it's a significant chance, and the building blocks are just being put in place.
Thank you for that, Torsten. And indeed, it seems like there's a big challenge ahead. But as we know, even in the Mediterranean, for non-EU and EU countries, there could be disparities, or there's imbalance between the financial instruments that are easily accessible. And often we see that this is a little bit more challenging or limited for non-EU countries. Are there any insights you could provide about how we can, in non-EU countries, close this gap between valuation and financing?
Absolutely, and I found some real interest from some of the southern Mediterranean countries around the narrative on sustainable blue economy. It's really identifying the transition of these multiple blue sectors from responsible ecotourism to new biotech with a marine base to a real transitioning of the more traditional marine economies. And that is actually an investable proposition again. So the entry point is slightly different. The entry point is more about development and economic opportunity, but economic opportunity within the framework of the sustainable blue economy that the EU is very much a driver of, a promoter of, but that actually offers local employment, local transition in a really important form of a broader transition that is planned in any case, but with a sustainable blue economy, it provides a very clear pathway for blue finance. And so as countries, and I've just returned from Morocco, look at this, they identify increasingly these growth pathways from an economic perspective that are very much tied to having healthy marine and coastal ecosystems and addressing also the multiple resilience challenges. So we're working with the insurance industry to how to address some of those as well. So I think there is a different challenge, but a really interesting opportunity and pathway around ocean solutions.
Thank you. Please stay on the line with us. I'm sure we might have some audience questions for you or to hear from you again. Joachim, so we've talked about the differences in some potential financing instruments that are available, but perhaps you could tell us some instruments there are in the EU's new cohesion policy that are using to support the transformative change that is required and needed across the country or the region to mainstream nature-based solutions for the sake of climate change and biodiversity agendas, and of course for a nature-positive economy. So what sort of enabling factors are required to drive those changes? For example, agenda alignment, or what instruments are available?
Well, thank you. I would like to focus on these enabling factors, actually. I think it has been said before, a key enabling factor is money, of course, that has to be invested in nature's economy or in restoration activities. But here I would like to draw sort of the parallel to what we see under climate change. It is a legal obligation for the EU's cohesion policy to invest 30% of the total budget in climate action, so both mitigation, options that reduce emissions, and in adaptation, the measures that we take to protect us from the impacts of climate change. And under the cohesion budget, it's actually 38%. And what we see now in the current programming period is that countries will actually overperform, so they will spend more than is legally required on climate action. The fact that it is mandatory is a very strong driver. For biodiversity, we don't have that yet. The Commission is committed to spend 10% of its entire budget as from 2024 on biodiversity, but it's not sort of part of the legislation, so there is no sort of driver for countries to actually reach that budget, and that has to change in the future, I think. I mean, biodiversity expenditure has to become sort of legal requirement under the EU budget. But more budget does not necessarily, or the availability of more funding does not necessarily mean that this has results on the ground. What we see and what is a gap is low awareness and low capacity in typically regional and local administrations to actually use the budget and invest it in nature. Currently, the Commission is drafting partnership agreements with countries to spend the cohesion budget for this programming period from 21 to 27. And it remains really a matter of training people in local administrations to get them understand the problems that relate to the biodiversity crisis and what they can actually do, and this is still insufficiently known. So more training, capacity building, awareness raising remains very important to use financial instruments at local and regional level. And importantly, I think also, and this is also something we work on in the Commission to develop a nature positive economy, is legislation. We have the Habitats and the Birds Directive, the cornerstones of Europe's legislation on nature protection. I said before that there's a proposal for a nature restoration law that will set legal requirements for countries to restore forests, wetlands, agricultural lands, urban ecosystems, and so on. But besides that, what we also need, because Europe works in a single market, and if we really truly want to support a restoration economy, you need the rules for such an economy to develop. What are the accounting rules? What are the investment rules that banks and investors can actually adopt to ensure that their investments will return and bring benefits? That's important. But what are the rules, for instance, to start subsidizing little companies that can help farmers being greener, or that can help cities being greener? And those rules are still lacking. This is also something that we need to develop in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Joachim. So, I mean, it's very clear. The key message here is we need more investment. But the question is not just more investment, we need the right investment. So how do we prioritize these valuable priorities, and how can we, importantly, as you stated, Joachim, although more funding, it doesn't necessarily mean results on the ground. So how could we ensure that there's effective biodiversity finance planning at a national level or other levels? And maybe, Andros, you could give us your perspective on that?
Sure, and gladly. Thanks a lot for having me here. And I'm also very thankful for the speakers before me, because they were really setting the tone, what could happen and what will happen in the very near future. I just reiterate that there is money. It's hard to believe, but there is money sloshing around, waiting to be invested or put into places. It's really the question how and where the money is moving. And that might change now. Just illustrating it, that things are changing, and I'm so happy that the EU is really taking the lead on that. A little while ago, there was a robust actually a year ago, there was a robust statement from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen to doubling biodiversity investment. And that has been reiterated, and a number was put behind that this biodiversity investment what the EU is committed to is 7 billion euro. What is a significant sum? It has been followed up by Germany, by France, making similar statement in a different scale. And we expect that many EU member states will come up with similar statement, because there is a big conference happening very soon, starting in early December, the Conference of the Parties on the Convention on Biological Diversity. This convention and this meeting of the parties will set the tone for the coming decade, how the globe is going to change the activities, the actions for biodiversity protection and restoration. And so far, so good. We have been doing it for the past decades. And if we are looking at the reports from various sources, government sources, stakeholder sources, we could say that we are still not really walking the talk, what we should be doing. Biodiversity is still declining at an alarming rate. Some of you might have seen the latest WWF Living Planet report, that it's really a dire future what we're having in front of us. But countries of the world, governments of the world are going to gather together for almost 3 weeks to put plans in place and put targets in place for the coming years until 2030, how we can actually change the course. And what it will result, there is a set of targets that countries are committing to, and some of the most robust ones, like the globe is going to commit most likely that 30% of the Earth's surface, including terrestrial and marine, are going to be in some sort of protection. And the remaining 7% might be under some kind of sustainable management, what is unprecedented. There is also a very robust restoration target being developed. So it seems that we are on the right track, but these are still words. They need to be translated into action. What hasn't happened before is the actual finances of the actions. What governments are committed to do, that is the so-called delivery mechanism of the convention commitments or decisions, is the so-called national biodiversity strategies and action plans. All signatory countries to the convention are mandated to develop these so-called national strategies, and not only develop, but also implement it. And not only implement it, but report back on the implementation. Again, it has been the practice in the past, and the reports were not always the most positive one, to say the least. What is changing now is that besides these ambitious plans, there would need to be supporting national biodiversity finance plan developed as well. So it's not only building the Christmas tree, what we all would like to see on it, how many protected areas and what sort of other activities and monitoring systems and restoration plans will need to be put in place, but how are we going to finance it? And that will be the critical one. We need to see that these finance plans are really supporting the action. So there's a two-stage approach. Countries will need to develop their national biodiversity strategies with very clear actions, with very clear deliverables, what will happen on a national scale. And in many countries, they are really getting on the higher level. These national biodiversity strategies and action plans need to go through parliament approval. So that is really when the government is standing behind. And it needs to be a whole government, if not a whole society approach. So that is not something what the ministries of environment should do. There needs to be also sectoral integration. So the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Trade, and so on need to play a role and need to mainstream biodiversity in their sectoral policies, what will be then manifested in the national plans. So that is where the priorities are being set. But then comes the finance plan, how to finance it. And there are several ways to do that. There are a number of great financial modalities and financial examples out there. Some of them we already heard, how to put price tags on biodiversity or how to invest in biodiversity. It has been around for a while. It's also increasing. In the summer, we had our Oceans Conference in Portugal. That was the first time when blue bonds, one of the new terminology, was agreed upon. Like, what do we actually understand under blue bonds? How can we monetize blue bonds? It is now happening. It was also estimated that blue economy, as we call it, marine economy, is going to double, reaching up to 3 trillion globally. What is a very vicious figure. So there is money to be invested and money to be made in the marine space as well. There are also some other innovative elements for financing the identified target, and just listing up a couple of them. Some of them my organization was involved, some of them we learn about. One is, for example, national debt restructuring. Happened in the Seychelles, happened now, the latest one was in Belize, when part of the sovereign debt was restructured to actually create the largest marine protected areas and supporting management actions for these protected areas. The other one, it was mentioned before, the insurance company. I think you, Torsten, mentioned insurance companies. We have been doing work with two major global insurance companies, how to make biodiversity an insurance asset class. So how insurance companies can actually invest money in coral reef restoration or mangrove restoration and bring down that premiums. These are really hardcore investment in biodiversity with return on investment. But we have been talking a lot about nature-based solutions as well. That is another form and way to invest in biodiversity. But bringing it back to the beginning, we talk a lot about investing in biodiversity, like it is either financial sink or it is maybe a repayable investment. But we need to look on the other side as well, that there's a lot of activities that are actually harmful for biodiversity. And then we are talking about a restructuring of subsidies, for example. Many subsidies are very harmful for biodiversity. If we would be able to restructure them, then the investment need for biodiversity would just go down. So that's also something we need to not forget, that it's not only investing, but also doing work, doing activities, doing restructuring on the other side of things to decrease the pressure on biodiversity. I think we can agree that the toolbox for investment in biodiversity is large. We need to get the right tools, but we always need to get the right tools for the right work to be done. So it really goes down, bringing it back to where I started, to the national planning, national strategies. When a country agrees, what are the priorities for biodiversity, and then we can go to the right tools in the toolbox.
Thank you, Andras. Very interesting. And it seems, as you said, there's a toolbox out there. There's money out there. There's investment there. We need to invest in priorities. But we all know that not necessarily everybody or every country is equal. So how do we, these approaches and these toolboxes and these tools and all of these things that we have, how can we ensure that we can transfer them and that countries that maybe have less capacity in financial planning, and particularly you talked about national strategies and national planning and implementing, so countries that have less capacity for financial planning, how can we transfer these approaches to them and make sure they keep up with other countries, because we want a regional approach and we are all part of the puzzle to secure the Mediterranean?
Very good, really, really important question. Thanks a lot for that. And just also reflecting on, Joachim, what you said before, that actually money is out there, and indications show that there is a question about absorption capacity even in the EU member states. We are not able to spend enough on biodiversity, partially because of lack of capacity. I'm being a policy geek, I always go back to policy. There are decisions, there are instruments, commitment, agreement in the CBD, in the Convention on Biological Diversity Framework on knowledge and capacity transfer. So there are, again, tools in the toolbox. How much they are utilized, how much they are actually useful, that's a different question. But this issue has been on the table for a while. But being a little bit more practical, I do believe in cooperation and working across realms and borders. We talked about the national biodiversity strategies. These are national strategies. If we really look at biodiversity, what does not know border, we know it for decades. And if particularly true for the marine space, it is really going beyond national jurisdictions, ways and large. Countries would need to be able to work together and fine-tune their national strategies to regional strategies. If you're looking at the Mediterranean, there could be, for example, a regional Mediterranean marine strategy, or regional Mediterranean national biodiversity strategy and action plan with a financial component. That is where countries could already exchange capacities, knowledge, information between various countries, depending where the need is. There's an interesting proposal coming from Colombia in the CBD context again, what is called the MBPC accelerators, just responding to the same question that there is a lack of capacity. If I want to be very profane, I could say it's like a matchmaking platform almost. When countries are developing their national plans, they identify their capacity needs. Like, we really would like to work on Posidonia restoration, but we haven't done that yet. How do we do that? And countries can sign up that actually we have capacity, we have knowledge, we have technology, we have been working on this space. We can send people over to sit with your ministry or with your agencies for a while and work on it. And that can be done for very many topics. There's also the peer-to-peer learning, when countries are actually really helping other countries with expertise, with knowledge, with resources. In the CBD context, again, there is something what is called the resource mobilization strategy. Oftentimes we understand it as a financial instrument. Resources are not only financial, there is also intellectual, there is also capacity, what needs to be mobilized and needs to be made available. The EU itself has various instruments in place, particularly, I believe, for the accession countries, maybe for other countries, to help moving capacity, to help moving knowledge and expertise across the borders to help other countries. Of course, first and foremost, it needs to be the request and the identification of capacity lacks need to be coming from the recipient countries. There cannot be a top-down approach. I think that would be just bad in so many fronts when a country says, we know that you need this, here we come. I think at the end of the day, it is really the question of the individual countries to put biodiversity restoration as a priority, as a national priority. Without biodiversity, I don't think we can fulfill any sustainable development targets, for example. Biodiversity is needed for all of them. I would be happy to be challenged on that. Biodiversity needs to be in the forefront. That is where it starts. And then countries, government, regional governments, and others would need to be able to identify really that these are the capacity gaps. And I think once it is identified, there are several ways and mechanisms again to mobilize capacities to fill the gaps. It is there.
Thank you for that. Very interesting. And I think this is a real niche or place where organizations like the Mediterranean Biodiversity Protection Community and other organizations in this room can support the transferability and the transference of these solutions and approaches. So I think, I'm sure there's lots of questions maybe. We are already, as you know, running late, but I think we still have time for one or two quick questions if anybody would like to make a comment or a question for any member of our panel. Yes, Carol.
I have a question regarding the climate finance. When we look at the national determined contribution submitted by countries in 2021, only 48% of them include nature-based solutions. So I'm not so sure it's about only capacity. I think there is still a lot of work to be done in terms of how we can mainstream biodiversity, how we can mainstream ecosystem services into national strategies, so that we can, for sure, better mobilize climate finance. But coming back to this issue of capacities, I would like to ask our panel, is it only a question of capacity? When we see the level of consumption of the Green Climate Fund, there are needs in terms of mitigation and adaptation. But still, there is this money that is available, is not enough used. Why is that? So we can see one side of the coin. There is not enough capacity. But I wonder if we forget the other side of the coin. Can we reflect about how these big funds are set up? Are they really fit for purpose so that they are more accessible and better mobilized? Even here at the European level, some funds are not so well used, and it's a pity while they are available, and available, for instance, for regions. So I think in terms of policy, we need to reflect about as well our frameworks or tools. But I would like to hear from the panel.
Okay, thank you. Interesting question. Who would anybody on our panel who would like to take that? Joachim?
Yeah, thank you indeed. So I agree with you, and I stressed also, I mean, capacity is important. Sometimes people just don't know about, I mean, the availability, the options that they have to invest in biodiversity or in climate. they are in the wrong department, or there are other obstacles. I think we can work on that, and it will come in time, but it's going too slow. What other options are, and here I refer to specifically one of the other funds that we have next to the regional fund and the cohesion fund, is the Just Transition Fund. So it's a smaller fund, but it's an example of a more modern approach to cohesion policy. It's more forward-looking and it's place-based. So we are focusing on different regions across Europe where we know that the transition will pose substantial challenges because they are either very much dependent on fossil fuels, mostly that, and these are not necessarily the regions that are the traditional focus of cohesion policy, like regions in transition with a GDP that is lower than 75% of the EU average. So a new instrument that is focused on a very specific part of climate policy that is place-based and more forward-looking, I think is one of the instruments that can help overcome some of these capacity challenges. So dedicated funds or specific funds, smaller funds, but dedicated to particular problems.
Carol, did that answer your question? Would you like to address it to anybody else, or are you satisfied?
Happy to hear more.
I'm happy to add a point as well on that one.
Oh, yes, please, Torsten. We were forgetting about you. Apologies.
No, thank you very much. I thought that was an excellent question because I think it highlights three aspects to my mind. One is when we talk about capacity building, it's capacity building on both sides. So some financial institutions have been better at engaging because they have more of this expertise in-house. Structures where you have the financial ability, but you don't have the ecosystem assessment capacity in-house, by definition, act more slowly. So I think that's an important point. I think, secondly, nature-based solutions, by definition, work more in the adaptation space than in the mitigation space. And that has been the slower part of this process. So that's why it's so important to deliver both the calculations around all the benefits from adaptation investment through nature-based solutions, such as more coastal resilience, etc., dealing with sea level rise, etc., but then also to integrate those solutions inside what I call blue infrastructure, so that you think in a slightly more integrated way where, for instance, you do a new port development and you integrate a much larger part of wetlands as part of that nature-based solution in the process. And so that links me back then to the comment made on blue bonds. One of the most successful early blue bonds was actually the one we did with the Baltic states, hosted through the Nordic Investment Bank. So for the Baltic Sea, you have a single financing instrument that then delivers funds to different projects in different places. And by definition, those projects that are in places that have less capacity to access finance are the ones that benefit the most. So it's a really nicely inbuilt approach, and something I would encourage looking at for the Mediterranean as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Torsten. I think we have time for one more very quick question. If anybody has anything, otherwise we will hand it to our panel to give a final concluding message. No, we're all tired. Okay, so maybe I can just hand it over. Yes? No? Yes, so maybe I could just ask you, thank you all very much for your interventions and very interesting approaches and perspectives on financing and investment. Maybe just very briefly, if you want to give a concluding statement or a final take-home message that you want to leave us with today. Joachim?
I work in a unit that prepares and that develops the cohesion policy, and we start actually now thinking about the next cycle already, which is 2028 to 2035. I strongly believe that the next decade, following a bit on climate policy, that the next 2 decades will be the decades of massive investments in biodiversity and in nature protection. So we very much welcome anyone's ideas and proposals on how cohesion policy can actually help supporting the biodiversity agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so my background actually comes out of investment banking, and the question when it comes to investors, especially institutional investors, is always, what's the ROI, what's the return? One of the things we've looked at with the idea of being able to value biodiversity, we've actually proven for year on year, you would have, if you'd invested in a grey wolf for the last 12 months, you would have outperformed the market. If you're looking at global indexes, global bonds, even the carbon market, investing in a grey wolf would have generated a stronger return than all of them. I think it was about 38% year-on-year return. So there's a powerful message to be said on investing in biodiversity and actually the value you can generate from it.
Thank you. Difficult to make closing statements. I'm an optimist, otherwise I wouldn't be working in nature conservation maybe. But I do believe that the coming, just as you said as well, the coming years, decade will be about biodiversity and biodiversity investment. We have gone so far as we can go in the climate space, and now there's a lot of discussion about adaptation for climate change. How do we cope with it? I haven't heard anybody talking about adaptation for habitat loss and biodiversity loss, because we simply cannot adapt to that. That's the end of it. And I think that is what is being realized. Now, focusing on because that is what I'm really breathing day in, day out, getting ready for the CBD conference report is in December. I do believe that politicians will be setting the policy framework, the enabling conditions. So we'll get the framework ready, we get the financial commitment ready, and then it is back to the countries and back to the stakeholders to actually start work on the implementation. The enabling environment will be there. Policy, finance, stars aligned. Climate and biodiversity agendas are getting together. But as you said in the beginning, we need to walk the talk. And I think that is the time really to do it now. But we have it and we can do it.
Thank you, Andres. And Torsten, would you like to leave us with a final message?
Absolutely. So I think it's very encouraging to hear all this progress around the economic valuation part. But if we go back when I worked, my first valuation was on the damages made by the Exxon Valdez disaster. So we have been working on valuing and using economics for quite some time. We now need to focus very much on that translation into the financial world. And that's why the topic here is so helpful. And in the financial world, and I spent over 2 decades in infrastructure finance, the concept of public-private partnerships, of structures that are robust, is very much at the core of that world. A large amount of money, probably in the order of 80 trillion, will be spent on infrastructure over the next 2 decades. If we spend that nature-aligned and nature-positive, we can get to the right outcomes. If this is spent without understanding the impacts on biodiversity, then we're really on a very bad path. So there are very clear messages around these opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Torsten, and thank you to all of our panel today for a very, very interesting intervention. It's the final day. I think even though we're all tired, we were all very interested and engaged. So from this session, we see it's very clear that we need to change the way in which we view and value nature. We need to prioritize our investments. We have heard that there are investments that are available, but that does not necessarily translate into effective implementation on the ground. We have also heard that there are fundings available, but not necessarily accessed. And that is due to all levels and capacity at all levels needing, not just the receivers, but also the funds themselves. And so thank you to you all. Thank you also to all the participants today. Before I invite Daniel up, I just wanted to repeat Andres' nice phrase, which I think that, yes, when are we going to start talking about adaptation for biodiversity in nature laws? Is that what we need to start talking about? So thank you very much, and I will hand you over to Jorgis. Jorgis first to share the wonderful drawings he's been doing.
Yes, I wanted to actually, maybe I just camouflage my question in presenting what I wanted to show you. Where I still have a big question, which there's many answers here, and I really love this optimistic view of Andras and also all those ideas of that there is a possibility for adapting our finance system to what nature needs. But actually, our financial system is so unnatural that I cannot imagine that it can be in its sense to finance nature. This is something where I don't understand how can we combine those two elements, which is as unnatural as possible with what nature needs. But it was a really very interesting point I liked from what Shana said, which was that we don't evaluate the same way a sympathetic species and then a vulture, for example. Like, how do you evaluate what needs to be protected? And this is part of the question I think that everybody is mentioning. How do we evaluate what is needed and what's not needed? Like, how do we evaluate, how much can we evaluate the air we breathe? How much do we evaluate the capacity of wetlands to save us from floods? And there is definitely lots of money out there, but I don't know how the access can be to this money if it doesn't bring back, if the investment doesn't pay off. And there is some answers which are really giving some hope, in the sense of it's a question of realizing how necessary it is for the economy to exist, that nature still works as it works, how necessary it is to avoid all these effects of climate change. But still, let me put my little point on that to say, I don't see how the system who destroyed everything can be the system that can give the answer. Maybe there is a need for a new system. Thank you.
And then there was silence. Thank you, Jorgis. I'd like to invite, please, Daniela Abdul-Malak, who is the coordinator of MBPC and the leader of all of this final event that we are hosting over the next 2 days, to give some concluding comments from today's event. Thank you.
Going on. Yeah, so thank you everyone, and I think we need to give you a clap, Jorgis, because I do believe that it's a major question. I'm not sure whether we are able to really restore what we destroyed. But nevertheless, funding seems to be there. The willingness we would need to see. And I think those were like major elements we touched based on across the day. I don't want to take too long, but I hope it was a useful day for everyone. I think for this community of actors, again, more than 350 actors working together for several years for the sake of biodiversity conservation, I guess we saw quite some solutions, some tools that really is useful, because it has been tested, it has been transferred to areas, and it proved to be useful. So I think, for the first session, just to give like a glimpse, I think that we saw that even though there are limitations to nature-based solutions, there are quite some possibilities to use them to, as ways to really restore nature and give, again, back value to the biodiversity, but more importantly to the services it's providing to people, especially in the Mediterranean, because I think the message that we got from Wolfgang was that it is a hotspot, and there are areas that even though we want, we cannot actually restore through nature-based solutions. And I think that's, again, a critical message. We are facing, I would say, ways of no return, and we need to admit that and to, I guess, adapt as far as possible to these new scenarios. For the second session, that focused mainly on transboundary governance and on the SACE-EPSA process that we have been trying to move forward for the last quite some years. I think there were very interesting results from the knowledge and evidence-based, all these modeling that was done, the Marksan used, the possibilities that we can have, or we have already actually, in terms of possibilities to conserve and reach the targets of conservation. So the 30% conservation clearly was one of the scenarios as a possibility. Again, there is some willingness from like front runners in the region, regional organizations. The EU SAIR clearly stated that they would like to be on board of that. The SPARAC as well. One country, Montenegro, is a front runner that pronounced the willingness to really move on with such a transboundary governance process for the sake of conservation in that region. But we still need to hear back from the rest of the countries, and we have 6 countries there. So the smallest country has done a step. What about the others? That's hopefully are answers that we can give in the next steps if we achieve really like future opportunities to keep working on these aspects. For the third session, I hope it was useful. I think we wanted to focus on very local, I would say, approaches to conservation for different ecosystem types. They seem to be working. They seem to be useful for people. They seem to be even socioeconomically viable for the local communities. So what about upscaling those in the future? And when we came to this last, like, future-looking session that we had now, it wasn't anything that this community, the Interreg Med community, has heavily worked on, but we designed it in a way to be an eye-opener for the future. So I think it's very important to hear confirmations that money is there. It's about raising capacities. It's about showing ways for the interested countries or stakeholders to use such financing. It does not seem to be very easy, though. And the capacity building, I think, is really instrumental to put that mechanism to work, because I don't think we have enough time to still wait to do some large-scale restoration across the ecosystems. I think that's it for today. We will have tomorrow some interesting follow-up discussions, some uptake discussions during the morning, and we will have some transferability, also hands-on exercise for the afternoon. So I really hope that you can all make it. And for me, for tonight, I think that's it in terms of seriousness. I think we have... Exactly, some housekeeping rules, and then the dinner. Yeah, exactly. So thank you a lot for everyone for joining us, and I hope it was useful for you.
Thank you, Danea. The day is officially closed. Yes, everyone can take a breath, and thanks again, panel. But before everyone rushes off for their cocktail, if we could have a nice group photo, please. You could just cluster up here. We'll take it here. And is that what you want, everyone, Sarah? And then we invite you after the photo. We have some music, some entertainment in the atrium where we had lunch with a little refreshment as well. So please join us. as a photographer. How do you want? Do you want to stand there and tell everybody what to do?
Just everybody join.
Okay.